We might need a fireman on scene for today's show. Thanks for joining in.
This is a world full of humanity, and that petty sentiment explains why you rejected your sons. Why you stood by for over half a millennium, since William suffered alone in darkness. No, Father. I have no respect for your petty sentiment. Victor's key. Where is it? If a plan word for word is futile.
Good. I hope some responsible adults do listen to what I am about to say. But it's not a group. But it's not a group of friends. But it's not a group of friends. It's a gang. It's a gang. It's a gang.
Extra fire.
Feeling pressure. Pressure.
Fly me to the moon. Let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter. Fly me to the moon. Let me play among the stars. Let me see what life is like on Jupiter and Mars.
What's
Saying
going
I'm
on?
not talking to fucking Dave T. Never have. Okay. Now, somebody just told me that they think that Alan is using the voice changer and that Alan is actually Dave T. And I have to tell you, that crossed my mind at one point. But I don't know. But they'll run around and they'll throw.
Are we? Who's using the voice changer there? Just wondering.
Oh, man. All right, what's going on, everybody? had to do a little intro there, and then I forgot to turn off my freaking echo cancellation so the music wasn't coming through all that good. Gosh dang it. 7:14, 2023, 11:25 a.m. Vortice time. What's up? I'm running loose today. We're running hoopty. Don't really have this the following presentation put together all that well, but what we're going to do is come back. We're going to do a circle back, like we like to do on this channel. We'd sometimes do a circle back, rewind. We'll do a little bit of that today and point out a new shiny little new sock account on your guy, Mr. Cox here. Probably they're from the Meffward crew. It looks like from maybe Nick Cuck, the cook. Oh, man. Is that why they call him Nick Cook? Is he the cook for Meffward? I'm just wondering. Oh, man. You know, maybe that's why that retirement home band for Nick Cuck looks so ragged out and old there. Sorry, I'm just giving you my observations. You guys give yours. Go ahead. All right. So, yeah, who's the Nick Cuck? Oh, man. Oh, geez. Who's the supplier there? Well, I bet we could take one good guess on that. So, I don't like to put this guy's name up on the screen there you got there. Dave T. Yeah, being connected to some shady characters. We're going to do a circle back on this. But mainly what I need to do, let's get into that. We're mainly doing some body language analysis today. All right. And what I need to do is I need to watch this just for a few minutes. Sorry if I'm blasting you out. I'm always adjusting my microphone levels. I'm just going to turn down my mic a little bit. Okay. Let's get some music going because that's what helps me concentrate is good music. That's why I play it. Helps me concentrate, chill out. There you go. All right. So we're looking in this video. It is kind of a long video, all 12 minutes long. But I wanted to circle back to our body language analysis on a few things. Wow, hey, wow. Sir Lisa Lake in the house. Thanks for joining in. there. We don't work together, by the way. I just like her videos, and she helped me see through some stupid things going on, especially with this cackle of a LARP on the screen here. Cackling good time, right? Don't get sucked into that music show. We'll do a little comparison and analysis of more going to that later on in this shorter broadcast for today. We're looking for, specifically in this video, Sir Lisa Lake, is a, first of all, we want to tag. I want to see where that freaking tag is for the WLRP. What should be in the first couple of minutes here. Okay. Oh, man, look at that horrible anime. Just absolutely horrible of a young. That must be just a toddler girl there. That's what they try to portray, this sicko on Trying to Speak here. Spewing her lies. That's what she tries to portray. Oh, those are sicko images. Lisa Lake, yeah, see, oh, look at that young girl anime. And, you know, and at first, you know, I was like, this does, oh, wait a minute, is that it? Right there. Pause. Wait a minute. There we go. That's what we needed right there. I'm gonna pause there for a second. Why would Dave T's friend, the convicted weirdo that's got got a lot of subs on that BitChute, it's been trolled off of the YT platform. Dinkus Williams will take credit for that, but it wasn't him. Just like poor Dirt Farmer didn't really work over the rodent, right? He helped him in a court case, right? We got 45 office there being thrown down. That was my analysis not too long ago. Oh, wait a minute. We gotta move up the our data camera here. When we present data, we, to become under scrutiny. Hold on a second. Need to keep going on that. Need to adjust the data camera here for a second. Crap, that really screwed it up. That looks lovely. So, why would a bestie of Dave T's, he's innocent, Eric still went around for Mark Connors. He's innocent. I'm gonna prove his innocence, right? Why would buddies with Dave T, and especially, why didn't Dinkus keep really good pressure on these guys? I wonder why. But why are they tagging the WLRP Colorado City AZ there at the bottom? How would they know about that channel when it's just been a spoof backup channel and they're tagging it to 45 office? Well, I said this in a show not too long ago, another presentation. It's not a show, really. Evidence drop, we'll call it that. Why is an extremist right-winger trying to tag to 45 office? Oh yeah, buddies, Digital Wildfire News there. Buddies with Dave T, his biggest white knight there, huh? Sir Lisa Lake. Oh my gosh. Good put together right there, by the way. But why would this guy need to tag 45 office WLRP Colorado City spoof channel? They got struck heavily too, not too long ago. Was it Malibu that had to tell him? Does that prove they're working together? Because, you know, many people know about that WLRP channel. Just to let you guys know, and it is live right now too, by the way, being simulcasted. So, enough. That's my question. I think the only person that would know about that WLRP channel, would be this Mad Cow. She loves that channel. The WLRP channel. She loves that channel, and Malibu likes that channel too. So I'm sure, right? Why would Urban Disciple be up in there? Are these? Well, see, they're posing as right-wing extremists. Let's put it that way, protecting pedophilia, right? But they're really left-wing the way they are protecting the pedophilia, but tagging 45 office to Trump. Hey, these guys, you need to implode them, right? But I guarantee, even though everybody on that screen, or everybody is tagged up in there, right? I would say, and I know they probably don't, but most of them would be right-leaning. So why, conservative? Let's just go conservative, right? Why would a protector of a P, this really sick guy named Dave T, that Dinkus dropped the ball on, but he was just using him for clout? Why would that guy need to, a protector of a P, under the cover of a right-winger, but really a left-winger, be trying to implode a whole movement from within? I mean, I'm just asking questions. Not that I'm trying to white knight for anybody, especially Trump. I mean, he's got his own. He don't need no help. He's one of the top trolls on the whole planet, besides myself. Oh man, is Cox a narcissist? Oh, I just considered myself as good as Trump. Yeah, I taught him a couple of things, all right? If you want to know their tacos, when I was messaging Trump, right, I was giving some detailed game plans on how to really troll the whole planet. I mean, I can go that far. You guys can call me a narcissist. It may not have happened, or it may have happened, I mean, I've had some cool people call me up for some advice, some creativity for their business. Holy shit. Here, this will help you, keep them products on this shelf. You gotta do this. Right? And keep it above the belt, would you? Just try to keep it above the belt. Just be a funny troll there, Trump. Don't start throat punching and hurting people, all right? All right, we gotta get farther into this, because I gotta quit screwing around on this. What I'm looking for is we need to circle back. All right, well, I'm finding it. We're gonna do this overlay, because this is what we needed the last show that I put together for you, that we did this footage for. Where are we at? There you go, right there. Okay, well, I'm finding that. Study that chart. Study it. All right. Okay, now, there's something with the eye chart. Oh, man, I hope I'm not going past it. We're going back. We want to redo this Dave T footage, right? I hope it's in here. Where's it at, Lisa Lake? Oh, man. Maybe we just got to go from right there. All right, so I think we're just going to go from right here. All right. So you studied that. So down to the right. Okay, so it flips, I think, if you're left-handed. All right, you got to flip the script. You got to flip the chart. And then if your camera lens is reversed, the reverse angle of the camera lens, where things will read backwards. Like if you're wearing a hat, that has, lettering on it, like police or something, it'll look backwards, right? You gotta figure out if your camera lens angle or reverse angle is right first, and try to determine if you're patient. Let's put it that way. If your patient or a subject is left or right-handed. Anyways, let's get that off the screen. All right, and we got more to show. Okay, I know, camera's all screwed up. Holy crap! We got Mally Duder.
I have a fucking goal here. He's not a criminal. He's not a pedophile.
All connected to Meffward too.
A pedophile. You are lying, and he and I are working on we're trying to get a lawyer together to come against you and sue you for the slander. Because you're now about to say that I work for Dave. I'm involved in murdering people. Are you fucking insane, bitch?
Hey, what's wrong? You don't want to be accused of murder? You have a problem with that? Oh, you should probably stop doing it to other people.
And he and I are working on we're trying to get a lawyer together to come against you and sue you for the slander. And he and I are working on we're trying to get a lawyer together to come against you and sue you for the slander.
Guess who Dagmar Kidwell is?
And he and I are working on we're trying to get a lawyer together to come against you and see for the slander.
That he had $20,000 in checks that he hadn't even picked up from the post office for months and months. You know, checks in the mailbox. And I'm like, what are you doing? Get the money and get a fucking attorney.
And he and I are working on getting. We're trying to get a lawyer together to come against you and see for the slander.
You're not going to bring up the guy whose name you put in my chat, who I've told you I don't want that discussed.
Dave T. Yourself. So sweet. So.
Oh, Lisa. Oh, Lisa.
Because I busted a psychiatrist place at 90 Maiden Lane in New York City for taking Medicaid funds.
Okay. All right. So that. Hold on. So we're going to go step by step. This is the clip that I wanted. Thank you again, Lisa Lake, for providing some kick-ass shit. Dang it. I think I need to adjust that camera again. You know, I just got Hoopty. I'm running Hoopty. I got Hoopty equipment, Hoopty tripods and so forth that I try to make this stuff work with, especially it's just so dang old. And I told everybody I'm gonna run this old equipment till the wheels fall off. So that camera adjusts itself sometimes, that tripod right there. Okay, you know, and I just saw something that I haven't noticed yet in this clip. On his hat, he's actually got "Make America Great Again" written on his hat, which is from left to right. So we can do an accurate body language analysis on this. I've been wanting to do this. So exciting. This is so much fun right there, right? There's your chart, right? He's up at the left right now, okay? Oh, shit. We're going to screw stuff up. He's up at the left. So there's something true that he's trying to access in his memory, right? Of action and him saying that he busted out this scam or scheme or something like that, which why would he be part of something like that when he's a child rapist? I mean, that's what the courts say. That's what we're going by. That's what we go by, right? Because everybody wants to believe the court record, huh, Malibu? Everybody should believe the court record, huh? Just because she worked for an attorney for a few years, huh, Malibu? All right, it wants to hire an attorney to help vindicate this guy and herself at the same time and go off of their buck, I guess. The pedo loop, right? The Silicon Valley pedo loop. All right, so up to the left. I just wish any of the cop watchers or the pred catchers that watch this channel, my channels, I just wish they had put together a mass sweep of Silicon Valley of sickos like this.
Medicate $9 million in Medicaid funds for the psychological treatment of sex offenders that just got out of prison. Got them on videotape. Went undercover for the New York State.
Wait a minute. What was that? Went undercover for the New York something. He loses it right there. Let's go back.
For the psychological treatment of sex offenders that just got out of prison.
See, he's accessing right, even though he's looking left. His eye movement, you probably can't see it too well because of the freaking angle of the camera. Dang it. But he's actually looking. He's looking left, but trying to turn his head right. Some of these shillbacks know to keep your head turned a certain way due to the camera and to help give your story validity.
Got him on videotape. Went undercover for the New.
There he goes. So down to the right. That's a positive down to the right. Positive down to the right. Right there. Went under the cover for the New York
for the New York State Attorney General Medicaid Fraud Control Unit. Maybe because I'm a pain in the ass. I'm a bulldog, and I got a piece of that cheek, and I ain't letting go until I get the whole ass.
That's right. You got the big balls, and he and I are working on getting. We're trying to get a lawyer together to come against you and see for the slander. And he and I are working on getting. We're trying to get a lawyer together to come against you.
Yeah. So why do these people need to turn in to 45 office? People that they're deeming domestic terrorists as right-wingers, artists that are the right-wingers. It'd be a left-winger, I think, that'd turn in artists and LARPers, okay? Some LARPers to the Trumps there. Okay, well, good thing I jumped in front of that now, huh, tacos? All right, good thing back in 2017 I jumped in front of that, huh? Or wait a minute, was that 17? That was maybe 2020. Maybe 2020 inaugural day I reached out. I mean, hey, doesn't matter who your next president is, in my opinion. You just, it's gonna suck when it's old Biden. You know what I'm saying? Old Bummer and old Biden, right? It's gonna suck. But it's all to make it rain, dude, so people can cry, so, Janitor Jack can come out and mop up tears. So it's no matter who the president is, but as a veteran, okay, and I didn't do it to old Biden or Obama, okay, but Trump, I was like, I hoped you would actually do something good, and if you've heard me before in that story, the way I didn't flip on him, or I didn't really even, I wasn't involved in any way. I was just, let's say, hopeful that we finally had somebody that's gonna clean up all the nasty shit. And I was, who knows? Who knows? Who knows next term? I don't know. But within 3 days, I'll tell you this, within 3 days, Trump being elected, he meets up with Big Pharma. I had my hopes up that he would actually arrest some politicians. Well, actually, not some politicians, but some, he met with Big Pharma in a big round table, like 3 days in. And he didn't arrest anybody, and I thought he would. You know what I'm saying? I thought he would. Okay, I'm sidetracking way too much because I got to get this show on the road. Oh, yeah. Okay, so that's the first clip I wanted to go through. I don't know if there's any more Dave T on there. I wanted to do a little body language analysis on that guy on what the heck he was talking about there.
For the slander. And he and I are working on getting. We're trying to get a lawyer together to come against you.
This is Malibu saying.
And he and I are working on getting. We're trying to get a lawyer together to come against you and see for the slander. Is that what you're gonna do? You're gonna dox me next so that I'll get murdered for supporting a pedophile?
Yeah. See, so we actually might need to go back on that. Is she saying she supported a pedo there?
Would I have pooled money with him?
And he and I are working on getting. We're trying to get a lawyer together to come against you.
Would I have pooled money with him?
For the slander. And he and I are working on getting. We're trying to get a lawyer together to come against you and see for the slander. On getting. We're trying to get a lawyer together to come against you and see for the slander. And he and I are working on getting. We're trying to get a lawyer together to come against you and see for the slander. And he and I are working on getting. We're trying to get a lawyer together to come against you.
To me, all those people need to be exposed. They need to.
All right, where was that at?
We're trying to get a lawyer together to come against.
Yeah.
Got him on videotape. Went undercover for the New York State Attorney General Medicaid Fraud Control Unit. Maybe.
So he was lying apparently to the eyeball chart. He was lying about what department. Oh, wait a minute. Let's go back to the eyeball chart. Who would want to hire a freaking sicko, unless it was before his charges, to try to do something like that? Oh, I know who would. Maybe Meffward, PDF. Who else? Who else likes to hang out with sickos? Fellowmon likes to. Accessing feelings and touch. So wait a minute. He may have actually helped an agency, but not the New York prosecutor's office. It was a different agency. That's what we're getting from that body language. But there's one little clip in here. I think we might have to play this again.
Because I'm a pain in the ass. I'm a bulldog, and I got a piece of that cheek, and I ain't letting go until I get the whole ass. That's right.
You get the big balls. And he and I are working on getting, we're trying to get a lawyer together to come against you and see for the slander. And he and I are working on getting, we're trying to get a lawyer together to come against you and see for the slander. And he and I are working on getting, we're trying to get a lawyer together to come against you and see for the slander. And he and I are working on getting, we're trying to get a lawyer together to come against you and see for the slander. Is that what you're gonna do? You're gonna dox me next so that I'll get murdered for supporting a pedophile?
Would I have pooled money with him?
And he and I are working on getting, we're trying to get a lawyer together to come against you.
Okay. Huh. Well, hopefully Malibu learns the hard way if she's not with him, but it looks like, you know, by her own words there, she is. And even though they might have used her to, may have, as a little lemming to maybe throw up under the bus later, unless, I mean, they're all left-wingers, you know, trying to pose as conservatives and Jesus, God-loving people. That's some more possible infiltration to make 45 office self-implode. You report the possible voters for your own campaign through some shillage action. Yeah, I said it, shillage action. Okay, you might get results that way where people won't vote, you know, won't vote for 45. I don't know. Even if 45, I mean, is out of jail and can run. That's why they're trying to get him in court right now. See, that's the thing, the persecution of the timing. When the strike's really trying to happen, these let's say preconceived strikes. And we're talking, you know, maybe some personal shit, you know, like calls to come to your house that are already been, you know, arrested of arson. Says he flew a drone over my house, right? I mean, really, are these guys maybe paid to, you know, how are they getting their money? I'm interested because, you know what? Well, this next clip, let's do our eye chart there again. Okay, remind yourself. Okay, check it out real quick. All right, it's the way your eyes move pertaining to whether or not you're lying. But let's put it this way. All right, the next clip I'm gonna play. All right, Tommy, and I'm not blasting CPP, man. He's doing an awesome job, I think. Okay, but if there's some weird shit going on there.
Well, Ray was
there's
Nazi
some
yesterday.
weird shit going on there, Tommy.
It's sad, you guys. It's sad. Another thing. I'm not going to say a lot about this because it's coming out, you guys. I'm only giving you a little bit of each one. It's coming out. There was a payroll that I have.
Okay. Oh, that's a Tommy. All right, so this could be a LARP. Oh, don't we have a clip for that? Don't we have a clip for that? This is not a LARP. This is not a game. I thought we had that. Where's that clip at? Hey, you guys are on my time. I'm not on yours. Just chill, all right? Just chill.
Wow, this is some pretty crazy stuff.
I got a clip somewhere that says, this is not a LARP. This is not a game. That's Denise Mad Cow who tried to infiltrate the Pred Catchers. And what they got to do, her crew, is give you some of the truth. Yeah, there's some serious shit happening in the background. But they infiltrate you just like Dave T would, or the Rodent. And with gaslit ladies like this, think they're over the target.
I've got doxes on all you bitches.
She's got doxes on everybody, okay? Right? Gosh dang it. Okay, I'll try to find it. I'll try to find the clip. We'll get going because I gotta get going on this too. But anyways, you know, like I said, CPP. I am not blasting CPP here, but I mean, if he's LARPing, he's LARPing. You know, here we go.
This is not a LARP.
Okay, you know, I mean, but here's the thing, okay?
This is not a game.
So if there are actually papers, documents, we like documents, being submitted into the court record of what Tommy is about to say here in a minute, okay? I'll try to get a hold of it. One way or another, I want to see where this path leads, because that's been some of the let's just say Soros money, all right? Possibly, more than likely, because the RDS, Slowenberger's connections with all of this stuff in the background, your script writers, handlers, in between money guys that are connected to the military and other weird shit, in my opinion. That's, well, I didn't have to say that. It looks, that's the way it looks on paper, everybody. Other, you know, DOJ, getting the FBI, right? There's some all weird shit, but for Tommy to come out and say this, we're gonna get this right here.
Proof. I have messages from the horse's mouth. Proof that they were getting paid for performance to take me down, okay? I'm not just saying something. I have an absolute 100% proof from an inside person that got so disgusted how far they took it. I have proof. There was a contract, and they were paid, you guys, paid to take me down. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy, right? Crazy. This all I got hit with. Well, this one I got hit with 2 days ago, but the paid for commit.
Okay, all right. We had some eye movement there, Tommy. It's all right. I think he might be, well, I don't know. He might be stirring the pot like AC on his shit show. Who knows?
There was a contract, and they were paid, you guys, paid to take me down. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy, right? Crazy.
So he's looking straight at the camera. He had one eye movement here up to it'd be the right. We don't know if the camera's flipped around. What does his hat say?
This all I got hit with. Well, this one I got hit with 2 days ago. Proof from an inside person that got so disgusted how far they took it. I have proof. There was a contract, and they were paid, you guys, paid to take me down. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy, right?
Why would some weirdos connected to Meffward want to take someone that's getting child traffickers and sickos off the street? Why would he need able in a no bar? Wait a minute. That's a good stop on there. Why would this guy that just got out of jail for meth charges, Meffward, why would he need to take Tommy down and call him and be his buddy? That's kind of the Aquino way, the back and forth, play like a fiddle back and forth. Let's finish up. We'll come back to that.
Crazy. This all I got hit with. Well, this one I got hit with 2 days ago, but the paid for commissions to take.
Okay. So once again, a couple of things. All right, we had some upward right movement. Wow, that's another good stop there, Tom. We had some upward right hand movement. Let's see. Constructing images never seen before. Let's go back. See, could be, but this is a good LARP, because I think we all know it's true. It's just we're trying to flush it out, and if he's trying to flush it out, you know, I just do body language analysis. He could be left-handed. The camera could be in reverse angle to where the body language is all off, and I gotta say that every time we do it until we get confirmation. Like if I could read his hat or his t-shirt.
It's fucking crazy, right? Crazy. This all I got hit with. Well, this one I got hit with 2 days ago, but the paid for commissions to take me down, whether it was real or not, take me down. Whether it was real or not to take me down. It's fucking crazy, right? So that's getting turned into the proper authorities. It's getting turned into the proper authorities. I don't know what's going to happen.
Now, we know some of the state actor LARPers, and once again, I'm not calling Tommy that, but some of the state actor LARPers, they know to have that camera to the right of them so they can look right, so they can access the bullshit. They know how to keep their camera angle when they need to lie. It's in the training manuals, just to let you know.
And it's crazy, you guys. I got nothing to be careful about, you guys. They have thrown everything out there about me. They have thrown fake shit out there about me. But do you guys remember when I'm like, how the fuck did they find out Blake had something when we didn't know Blake had something? My son, remember, guys? You know how they did it? Because they had an actual officer of the law using their resources at their work, their retired officer, and we have proof of that too. So it's all gonna come out. I'm not saying no names. Cap, if you're on here, I don't know if you're on here, I need you to talk to me ASAP. This could be prison time for people. Serious prison. I don't get it. They need to go to jail. They need to go to jail. This isn't drama. I mean, it's drama, right? It's gotta be drama, but this is wrong. The sad thing is, guys, is the group of people that were trying to take me down, the group of people, they're fighting. So now they're all coming clean about what they did. Sam, I suggest you call me, brother. I suggest you call me, Sam. You are deeper than you think into this. So you should call me. I told you I won't record it, but I kind of have a little respect for you because I think you tried to tell me before I got told by these other people. So I have a little bit of respect for you. But I would call me, Sam. I ain't going to put it out there. This is all for, if you want to clear your name, come forward and be honest, man. Because I'm telling you right now, I got more on you than you know. I don't think you understand what I have, Sam. All I want is people to come clean. That's all.
Yeah, I just caught something, and the only reason why I'm playing this too, well, there's many reasons why. Okay, many reasons why I'm playing this. Just body language analysis, just to, see if somebody's LARPing or not, right? And he said it himself, whether or not it's true, they're turning the info over to authorities, which I think is a fantastic idea. So we can actually later, if we need to, subpoena that information for other cases that maybe people have been targeted with. See, and it takes somebody to step up to try to do it and become, let's say, the sacrificial lamb in a sense, right? Putting yourself out there on the internet just to clear some things up. And they caught another guy. I was watching a chit chat of him earlier, Tommy here, where he caught had a catch where the guy was actually wanted. This is in Colorado. Where he had a catch that was wanted in Oklahoma. Right on, dude. See? Busted off. He busted off his broke off, cut off his ankle monitor and bailed to Colorado. Now here's another thing, Kate. And this is what I like to look for. We're just doing body language analysis. It's I think there's some truth to what's going on here, but there's also some LARPing to maybe flesh some stuff up, get some stuff brought up, and that's good. I like it, right? But here's validity, and somebody just said in the chat that the camera angle is the right way. Just a second ago, okay, it looks like he's sometime, filming this in the afternoon, and the sun is over his left-hand shoulder, which would mean West Coast. The sun sets in the west, and what does that mean? The camera footage is more than likely on the right side. Now, somebody said the Puma hat is on the right side. It's on the right side. I'm just showing you what some things to look for. Just giving you guys some friendly tips. And not even for tips, because this is all fair use and everything, so please don't block me or strike me, anybody. Yep.
All I want, just come clean. It's people in high places. I don't know, man. I don't.
See how the sun was just over his left-hand shoulder, and he's in Colorado. That means it's west. It's getting the afternoon, so the footage is probably right. It's not the morning, right? It's not the morning time, and his camera's footage is flipped. See what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe I should shut up. Cox is shutting up.
No. Well, Sam's been calling me, and he's been wanting to talk to me. He said he's got some stuff he needs to tell me as long as I can guarantee him I'm not recording. The rats are starting to eat each other. Hey, whoever just messaged me, bro, I have screenshots. It's not that I just trusting this person. I have screenshots of this. So that's what we do, and they still after you. I mean, they always after me. Update on the other thing I was talking about. The messages need to be sent to the people they need to be sent to, and they will do with it what they do. You guys do some dirty shit out there, and y'all will see. Bottom line is, I mean, I'm the same person most of you think I am, but I'm not the person they tried to make some people think I was. That's pretty terrible, and you're gonna clearly see that there was money being exchanged to take me down. And that's just fucking dirty dog shit. You'll clearly see that. I've already seen that. But again, it's not for this channel, and I don't know when it's gonna be dropped. I think there was a delay on getting all the messages. I got a ton of them, but not all of them. I don't know the person that needs to get them if he got them all. I don't know. I'm gonna let that play as it will, and you guys will make your own decisions. I think he's already done, but you're gonna see a lot more, and it's gonna take down a few more people too that were involved. You know, Sam popped up yesterday. I can't prove Sam has anything to do with it. Can't prove that Sam has anything to do with it. So I'll be transparent, and I can't prove it. Can't prove Blondie has anything to do with it. I have my suspicions, but I can't prove it.
All right, so what's gonna be awesome is I actually recorded. He's talking about a guy named Sam there, and Sam paneled up recently. Who was it with? Who did he panel up with? It was actually a good debate. I want to say either Red Hood. No, I don't think it was Red Hood. It was Tommy Boy. Not Tommy, who we were just looking at, but Tommy Boy Channel. He paneled up with Sam recently. I've got that recorded, but that would be actually a fun one to go through as far as audio body language, huh? Right. Now, before we go on here, all right, so I wanted to show you guys real quick. I'm not really. Yeah, you don't want to say on a stream why you just got struck on another one, because they'll just restrike you again. Seriously, I've had that happen. They don't send their best to right. Well, we figured that out, right? Silicon Valley does not have the brightest of minds there. They think they are, though. They think they are. All right, well, is that your take, Gozman? Is the faces on or reversed? I don't know. I think it is because what we were just going through with the sun. I mean, hey, the guy's catching. Okay? The guy's catching. He can say more than some other people. Right? Yeah, I mean, dude, the guy's our president, and, you know, I didn't reach out to him like I tried to with Trump. Let's put it that way. Right. Okay. But it was mainly, you know, to just congratulate. Hey, you know, good job. Good job. Let's see what you got. Right. For Trump when Trump won. All right, let me go over here because I just got sidetracked way too much. Getting some sidetrackage. Hey, look at this new Soc account the Meffward crew came up with. 23 June 2023. They're trying to take my identity of an old. I mean, the Alaska concept is old, and it's kind of a LARP too. It was bait to put out there. One of my music, let's say, sites. Not part of Google there, Mike True 2020. Okay, right? But this was made 23 June 2023, right there. Wow, right? That is some butthurt bitch shit right there, huh, Nick Cuck? And it'd be somebody like LARP Busters who would be China to 3, right? Well, I can't say that. I think China to 3 was first LARP Busters, and then they needed a character to take over the LARP Busters character. Just like with Dr. Mengele, they needed a character there. And it's a sick character to use. Sick stuff. Who else? Characters. Mr. Jones will panel up once to give his character validity, right? But what's the difference here? Okay, see, look at this guy right here, right? Man, that guy. Let's do some body language on that guy analysis, right? Man, he looks sketchy, right? That guy, man, get him off the screen. Man, you don't want to trust that guy at all, right? Okay. But isn't there a difference? I mean, when people make Soc accounts of me, they use that picture, which is my first album picture. But when they do it on Meffward, That's the picture they use for their avatar sock accounts. Do you think there's a little bit of a difference there, Nick Cuck? Huh? Anybody see a little bit of a difference? You want to start a sock account or a clone account about Mr. Cox. It's either my military picture or my first album picture, but when they start a freaking sock account on Meffward, they're using that. So, I mean, there's a little bit of a difference here of a satanic cult, in my opinion, that these guys got to, yes, these guys right here have to, well, his whole crew, they got to use some dark, like, PDF, poor dirt farmer, right? Peter's dark side, right? But when they're losing, just like lefties, what do? Resort to calling people pedos because that's what they're getting their asses busted out for. So report good people, artists and musicians and, you know, to the 45 office when you're a pedo. Trying to LARP as a lefty. Huh, Meffward? Is that how it works? Okay, when people build, one more time, when people build sock accounts on me, they use that picture or my military picture. When they build sock accounts or clone accounts about Meffward, they use that picture. Is there a little bit of a difference there? Well, I will tell you the body language on this right there, man, that is, I mean, dude, that guy right there, his body language is bad. That analysis right there, the way he's looking at you, you know, from off to the right, you know what I'm saying? Well, he's off his left, right there, and apparently this picture was taken. This guy is sitting in front of a keyboard, right? Like he's playing a keyboard, which I guarantee he probably doesn't even play keyboard worth a crap, you know? Doesn't build tracks or do music or anything. This guy is in the Reba and meth. You see, there's a little bit of there, right? It's into the music, out and see Connors, in my opinion, and comedy, who knows? But more likely because of the connection with Clovis. And her connection to a case with CP. Oh my gosh, this guy on the screen has a handler that's named Clovis on the internet that also has a CP, had, or possibly still has, up under suspicion of uploading EP. And this guy on the screen was suspected of possessing CP. And he's probably distributing it through, more likely, in my opinion, this guy's distributing CP through a bullshit little company he built. And to hide his gang stalking loot, pedo loot that's coming into gang stalk people, so he can screw with guys like Tommy and get their channels taken down. Huh, Anton? You like taking channels down, right, Anton? Right, Anton? Oh, you little dork. You guys are such dorks the way you're all connected. Wow, right? Okay, one more time. My album cover on a sock account, right? Or a jail booking picture on a sock account. Oh man, you know, I don't know who's winning there. Woo, buddy. Man, you know, that's a big difference there, huh, Nick Cuck? Oh my gosh. All right, I gotta get out of here. I'll be around. I'm gonna play a couple of videos here. I was waiting for body analysis lady Ghost to make her appearance with a video from yesterday. I think, was it yesterday? We were going through that Judiciary Committee meeting. Oh man, Ray is Purple Tie Ray is wiggling in his seat here, everybody. This is great. She nails it down on him.
Nazi yesterday. I'm actually surprised I found something with a side-by-side. Because as many of you know that have been watching me, it really annoys while they're asking a question and you can't see the person of interest while they're asking the question. Because that is when you're going to see stuff. Well, the most interesting things anyways. And what do we have? Thank you, Newsmax. I'm going to have to try you guys all the time.
Well, the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
The American people need to understand what just happened. My Democrat colleague just asked the director of the FBI whether or not they are buying information about our fellow Americans. And the answer is, well, we'll just have to get back to you on that. Sounds really complicated. But I have other questions.
So while watching Ray, we're not going to go over Gates, if at all. Ray's got the stress in the forehead. It's furrowed in and scrunched in, so you get all those lines. And while he's speaking, Gates is speaking, Ray, to those eyes squinch in, he seems like he's just becoming irritated with what's coming out of Gates's mouth. Not much in fear, so like an irritated annoyance.
Sitting here with my father, I will make certain that between the man...
He knows. As soon as that came up, I'm sitting here with my father. Oh, Ray, the guy we never see do anything, all of a sudden now he's got to move around and start scratching his head. So this has made him uncomfortable.
Sitting next to me
and now he's petting himself. Scratch the head, pet yourself.
Every person he knows and my ability to forever...
Chin comes up, squinch the eyes together. I don't know, I'm retarded, I don't understand. Is this a real thing?
Hold a grudge that you will regret not following my direction.
And that's when you see the eyes doing that little vibrating thing. They're going in and out, in and out, in and out. This is an act. He's very good at this portrayal thing.
I am sitting here waiting for the call with my father.
Now, why is that portrayal? Because it lasts so long. Nobody's retarded that long. It's certainly when they do have a moment of trying to figure it out, the brain is engaged and you have a deer in headlights moment. The face stops moving as the brain is engaged. This, on the other hand, I'm going to engage my face. Not my brain, but my face. It's going to pump around and look confused because the brain isn't thinking. It's just trying to look like it's thinking.
Sounds like a shakedown, doesn't it, director?
So he finishes it up. Ray sits there and motions himself in the chair. He looks down when he says, sounds like a shakedown, doesn't it? And he smiles. He knows. He's not as dumb as he's trying to portray to be.
I'm not going to get into commenting on that.
And he smiles as he does it. I'm not going to get into it. Now, I will say, we've got a personality that is doing this. But I actually like Ray. I don't think he's malicious in the sense of he could literally just go around cutting people and laugh at them. Now, because I don't see that kind of personality, that is the reason why I like him. I have to now try and figure out, well, how could you do the kind of things that you do and not have any remorse for it? Here's a crackhead and a pedo running the damn country. Unless they're not really running the country. Let's move on. Something here does not make sense. Because when you have a clash of personality, he's not a psychopath. There's something we don't know. And it is throwing body language off.
You seem deeply uncurious about it, don't you? Almost suspiciously uncurious. Are you protecting the Bidens?
Absolutely not. The FBI
Well, you
does
won't
not.
answer not. Boy, that's like, okay, there's stuff we don't understand that's going on. Something is going on. I don't know what it is because this doesn't make sense. I mean, he got upset about that. There was not a believe me look in that. He anchored down at no, and rolled around. No, absolutely not. Anger in that. Like, how dare you accuse me of protecting these dirtbags? So if it's not you, who is it? And we know he has the position to do it. What is it that we don't know?
Hold on. You won't answer the question about whether or not that's a shakedown, and everybody knows why you won't answer it. Because to the millions of people who will see this,
the believe me look is gone. Now we just have stress, and we have the mouth movement. He's chewing on something. We don't know what it is.
they know it is. And your inability to acknowledge that is deeply revealing about you. But let's go from...
So deeply revealing about you, the eyes closed, it's more like a negative. And in that sense, Gates doesn't know. He's disagreeing with Gates, negative. So he knows something because he's so relaxed on it. Negative to Gates, you don't know. Now you see a much bigger mouth movement as his clenches his jaw.
The uncurious to the downright nosy.
Then he goes into that, the face, the forehead, so like a slight little crinkle in the eyes and the forehead area in a direction of, again, he's got knowledge, Gates does not. You also see him anchored down into it. It's like, okay.
How many illegal FISA queries have occurred under your leadership of the FBI?
Well, there are reports that have come out with different numbers about compliance incidents.
More than 1 million illegal ones? Because that's what the...
So now we go back to the believe me look. Now we're in the FISA thing. This is the portrayal stuff. This is where he's trying to lead you in this direction. This is the portrayal, just straight up portrayal. You got the believe me look going. He's much more relaxed. The accusations of protecting the Bidens, that's a separate. with something that we don't know, and I have no context to explain it, just what I see.
Inspector General said. The Inspector General said that in the 3.4 million of these queries, more than 1 million were in error. Do you have any basis to disagree with that assessment by the Inspector General?
I'm not sure actually that's a correct characterization of the Inspector General's findings on that.
The internet will remind you of that in moments. But let's now go to what
The internet will remind you of that in moments. It took him a minute, well, less than 60 seconds. But then he realizes, oh yeah, see a little slight smile in it. He's not angry about it. That was actually like, oh, that goes with the personality. He's like, yep, they're going to remind me. That's what they do. There's no fear. There's no anger, which would lead me to believe, well, he, in his mind, is not doing anything wrong. That's fine. So they're going to remind me.
the court said. The court said it was over 200,000 that have occurred on your watch. Do you have any basis to disagree with that assessment?
Again, I don't have the numbers I sit here right now. What I can
Seems like a number you should know. How many times the FBI...
Seems like a number you should know. And he falls down. It is more like he's just irritated at this moment with Gates because he's smiling while he did it. I just told you I don't remember. You just want to be argumentative. I don't know. Like you should know. Ugh. I'm not going to win. No, you're not.
FBI's breaking the law under your watch, especially if it's like over 1 million to not know that number. And I'm worried about your veracity on the subject as well. Play the video.
Letters for investigation of the Capitol. I don't believe FISA is remotely implicated in our investigation.
So there, Senator Lee's asking you whether or not FISA was in any way involved in your January 6th investigation, and you say no. Was that truthful?
I said that I did not believe it was.
Okay, so now let's pull up what the court said, which was something a little different than what you said. So here, no, that's not the right one. Yeah, here we go, right there. It says, the government has reported additional significant violations of the querying standard, including several relating to the January 6, 2021 breach of the Capitol. So I guess the question, Director Wray, is, did you not know when you were answering these questions that the FBI was engaging in these illegal searches, or did you perjure yourself to Senator Lee?
I certainly didn't perjure myself. At the time that I testified in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee, I didn't have that piece of information. I will add.
So here we go into this. At the time, we've got a extreme stressor. We've got the believe me look. We're rocking back and forth. We're referencing back to the material as in over there, over there. So the mind is trying to tell Gates via body language, over there, over there, over there. And then I'm talking about what's on the screen that he saw.
Court order. You didn't have that piece of information because the court hadn't yet rendered a judgment. Did you not know when you gave the untruthful answer before Senator Lee that this was going on?
It was a truthful answer. I did not believe FISA had been involved in the January 6th.
But it was.
So the body actually loosened up in that one. We see the movement in the spine. It was a truthful answer. We got the believe me look. And for those of you who do not know, believe me look does not necessarily mean deception. It is someone trying to convince you of their side of the mentality. It can be deception. Remember, you have to have 2 or 3 tails to sit there and be definitive on what something is.
So you didn't, the answer is the FBI has broken so bad that people can go and engage in queries that when you come before the Congress to answer questions, you're like blissfully ignorant. You're blissfully ignorant as to the unlawful queries. You're blissfully ignorant as to the Biden shakedown regime. And it just seems like it gets into a kind of a creepy place as well. Go to our next image on what the court said.
All right, so I was watching that part when he talks about how blissfully ignorant you can be and how broken the FBI is, and his eyes narrow in. Now, here are some things that I expect to see on a face when someone is saying that you are not able to run your own house. It looks like a hit, like some part of the body reacts. And it's instantaneous. And as we watch this again, I'm going to look at it, sit there and see if I can see a hit in particular.
When you come before the Congress to answer questions, you're like blissfully ignorant. You're blissfully ignorant as to the unlawful queries. You're blissfully ignorant as to...
There's nothing there. There's no hit. He's not blissfully ignorant. He didn't even stop breathing. His rhythm of breath didn't increase, didn't decrease, nor did it stop. That would have been a hit. Tell. No shoulder movement, no a quick twitch in the spine, nothing. which makes me believe that he knows what's going on. He has no fear. There's nothing there to sit there in his mind to say, I might get in trouble for this. This may not be good for my retirement. Nothing.
The Biden shakedown regime, and it seems like kind of a place as well. Our next image, court said, like, just so the American people realize, the court has smacked you down, ruling FBI personnel apparently conducted queries for improper personal reasons. People were looking themselves up, they were looking their ex-lovers up. Who has been held accountable or fired as a consequence of the FBI using the FISA process as their like creepy personal snoop machine?
There have been instances in which individuals have had disciplinary action and who are no longer with it. I can't get into it here, but we can follow back up
but
with
don't you see that that's kind of the thing, Director Ray, that you preside over the FBI that has the lowest level of trust in the FBI's history. People trusted the FBI more when J. Edgar Hoover was running the place than when you are. And the reason is because you don't give straight answers. You give answers that later a court deems aren't true. And then at the end of the day, you won't criticize an obvious shakedown when it's...
All right, so we see that a lot of that mouth movement, and it looks like at this point, because he keeps trying to open it, is it's because he wants to speak. Now, he had shifted himself into the chair and gone in a little tighter. He's narrowing his mental focus on this particular spot, and it's stressing him.
Directly in front of us, and it appears as though you're whitewashing the conduct of corrupt people.
Respectfully, Congressman, in your home state of Florida, the number of people applying to come work for us and devote their lives working for us is up over 100%.
We're deeply proud, and they deserve you.
And they deserve better than you. Oh, it would have been good to see the follow through on that one. But we see the start of it, a little bit of emphasis on whatever thought went through his brain. Again, I personally think, because we have no context, that Gates just doesn't know. You don't know. You don't know, sir. So what we need is someone who's got some kind of inkling to go in there and ask him the question that will give us an idea of what we don't know. I go in the ball within a ball within a ball. This is a rabbit hole that apparently needs some light. They have no idea what is going on. And I do not want to hear about some kind of secret military tribunal. I'm talking about hard fact. What is going on? Show me the money.
If you like it, please share and subscribe. Thanks for watching.
Well, it's time to do another little rewind. Back in 2000, I want to say 2016, 2017 at the latest, I was on a fishing trip. And while I was on that fishing trip, and this is unanswered questions basically, but it leads up to something, especially current time. But it seems as though whenever people know that I'm out on a fishing trip, they try to pull some serious BS. And it's been like that since 2016, 2017. Interesting. So even back when I'm on a fishing trip, it's interesting that people have to try to associate me somehow with very sick individuals that are apparently either pedos or something like that. And I don't even know why. I don't even know what's going on. But apparently people have been trying to associate me with very sick things since 2016, 2017, when I got nothing to do with it. Okay, but until I give them something. See, I'll give you something to work with, right? That way we can get out more. Just like earlier with Clovis saying that, you know, she's going to come after my family trust. Once again, we want to know where these things are coming from, because you know why? It shows conspiracy. It shows Brady violations and RICO violations. But anyways, this was a G Plus account made while I was on a fishing trip. And it was really weird. Once it gets made, all of a sudden Miss Linda Lemons is calling me going, what was it? Something that Mr. X-Man Rules was trying to attack me. She was trying to get a hold of me frantically for some reason. Well, I don't know why, but I was out on a fishing trip. right? These are all the same time. All the same time. Look at that. Yeah, I know I'm not that great looking of a guy, but look at that fish. It was a nice fish. Anyways, while I'm out on this fishing trip, I get a message from Mr. X-Man Rules, an apparent pedo or whatever, I don't know. But for some reason, it says here, you know, don't ever threaten me. Well, why am I even being emailed this, that I'm threatening this guy when I don't even know who he is at this time? And why is Linda posting my phone number and where I live in a trolling community? Now I'm gonna lead up. Don't read the rest of it. It's disgusting, whatever it is. I don't know what it all means. I don't care. And but anyways, there you go. Don't threaten me. I don't care how many people you know, or I get back or I back down from nobody even took 15 plus members of that community on all at the same time. Don't block me. I'm not threatening you like Linda threatened me of you. So
Miss Linda Lemon, that's hanging out with Tacos recently, was fighting this guy, or they were busting him out at G+. So somebody attached to her, like China, one who went full gay, James D, Tacos, Clovis Subbuddy made that troll account using my picture and attacked this sicko that they're somehow connected with, well, just like Mark Connors, and then to attack me, to dox my phone number. That was weird. This is still an unexplained one, by the way. Let me see if I could get when that was released, when I uploaded this. I uploaded this 7 months ago, but this is a pretty old video I'm playing here.
Why would Linda say that I'm coming after X-Man Rules? See, all of this G+ fighting, right? I'm gonna lead up somewhere with all this. When she told me, when she told this trolling community, you'll deal with me. Do you have a problem with me? See?
Yeah, right on, James D. Thanks for joining in. And I don't know if you just caught that, but this might explain some of the X-Man Rules stuff, James D. Because you had questions about that at one time. And the X-Man Rules stuff came up while I was on let's say, an extended fishing vacation, and I was stuck on the side of a freaking mountain helping out a couple, well, one veteran and his brother that wasn't a veteran, but I call him a couple of veterans because the brother's kind of like a veteran because his brother's a veteran. But anyways, I was helping out a couple old veterans trying to get their property lined up so they could build a house on it, and it was pretty cool, actually. Southern Utah. They bought a mountain, a 30-acre mountain, James D. Dude, it was sweet. I was the first one up there right after they cut the road. Virgin land to cut in, you know, on top of a mountain. And a great fishing, you know, around there. But I was gone like the majority of the summer on this fishing trip. And a week or so in, and when I'm gone, Linda Lemons calls me. She goes, I can't remember. It was just like, it was some spun shit. I'm like, what the fuck is going on with this X-Man Rules guy? I got no access to internet. I got to hike to the top of the damn mountain just to get cell phone reception and have a conversation. I got to hike 20 minutes to a spot. That's no bullshit. I had plenty of witnesses there with me too. So why are these guys, James D, seriously, why are these guys making an account to attack Rules like you and dox my phone number? That time they had my phone number, and this guy's putting out my phone number as X-Man Rules. These are questions I got. I think James D can answer that stuff.
Be pitted against a pedo back a long time there.
I talk too much.
X-Man Rules. See, all of this G+ fighting, right? I'm gonna lead up somewhere with all this. When she told me, when she told this trolling community, you'll deal with me. Do you have a problem with me? See how I was trying to be pitted against a pedo back a long time there. Once again.
So James D just said in the chat here, let me post it, that they busted out this guy a long time ago. Perfect timing for you to show up too, James D. Thanks for joining me, man. Let's see if we can get anything. Oh, come on, dude. Oh no. I got a new mouse that I'm working and it's kind of weird. So they said that they busted out this X-Man rules. But at that time, James, at that time, Linda Lemons was the only one that had my phone number. How did he get it? He had that phone number. It wasn't out in the public because why, James D? That time it was still a new number. Linda Lemons was the only one I gave that number, and guess who else, James? Guess who else had that number? Try to take a wild guess. Rich Guz had that number too. We would talk on that number, and Linda Lemons and I would talk on that number. And some of the shit that Rich Guz told me at that time about Linda Lemons, because they were besties, and then all of a sudden, I didn't think you did that because James, I think that you were right. I think you were being used, dude. I just think you're being used. And dude, I just hope you're not an influencer, dude. Just stop it, okay? If you are, right? It's unbecoming, okay? Go back to your deck job or start your own business, dude. You don't need that shit. It's bad. It's bad pedo loot if you're if you're a freaking influencer, dude. And it sucks, man. I don't want to see anybody that I know. That's what I'm saying, because Rich Guz had nothing to do with this X-Man rules. It was you, Tacos, Linda, China had something to do with all this G+ shit, and all of a sudden, is attacking me and doxing my number. So what the hell? And I'm on a fishing vacation, and I think they just thought that it'd be a good time to do it because I wouldn't be able to respond or something. And then Cox is destroyed again. See how it works? This guy's got to shut up, right? They thought maybe associating me with some type of a sicko would get me to shut up. I don't know. Hasn't worked yet. You guys keep on throwing them out there, right? As freaking CIs and shit like that. Seriously, I'm not saying James, but let's keep going.
And I was out on a fishing trip, had no idea it was going down on G+. I just had Linda Lemons trying to contact me, and she would tell me about it later, but that later never happened, right? We're getting messages. Oh, geez. I'm not threatening you at all. I never intended to. You want anyone else me comes after you, you have my word. Copied everything, me along with friends, post every single video ever uploaded. I'd rather have peace and friends, your choice. This is the phone number Linda gave out. Would you like me to call? I would never put your whole phone number out like your friend Linda did. Interesting that this is what's going on back then, but once again we're gonna lead up on something. Okay, all right, yeah, that was the property I was working on. Okay,
was somebody like Meffward or Clovis playing like they were Mr. X-Man rules to dox that phone number? How did Linda give a pedo my phone number, James D?
Hey, so here, let's go back here. That nice fishing, nice fish right there. Okay, so I put out in 2020 some text messages. Here we go. Oh my gosh, I put out some text messages to Urban Disciples saying, wow, it looks like Clovis, Kim, and Becky are all kind of working together, but they're supposed to play fight, right? That's a Thomas Muffin type thing, all about, stuff that surrounds the Bundy stuff. And the reason why I did that, okay, here's your explanation, Miss Kim, okay, is because all at the same time, you ladies were trying to say, and this is what I was trying to say on Kim's panel earlier, but got overran. See, that's just what happens with Thomas Muffin operations. I'm not allowed to speak, but people are speaking for me when I'm on a fishing trip, right? Here's the thing, is about 2020 when I put those things and I text those things to...
Hey, James D, I'll actually come on your panel, or you can come on my panel. I'm going to have a panel later. I'm going to do a StreamYard later on this afternoon. We'll actually do a live fish fry instead of just doing a broadcast fish fry. We'll actually have a live fish fry today. we'll do a StreamYard. If you want to come on, I'll explain the influencer stuff. But I mean, I'll do question for question if you'll tell me why Linda Lemons, your bestie and besties with tacos, right, would give my number to a pedo. I just wonder.
Beauty is because Kim, Clovis, and Becky were all accusing me right at the same time that I was doing tracers, I was planting porn on people's computers, and what else? Planting tracers. Oh yeah, and I was cloning accounts, right? And
So those are some of the accusations there that Clovis was making against me a few years back. That's why we got beef, right? You want to blame me for that shit when your crew is the one that's actually suspected of uploading CP. Eric Shilkerson admits that he's or lying or says he does say that he's IP tracing his chats and turning the IPs over to the FBI. And James, I'm sure, and I'm sure you had nothing to do with it, and you don't know what that's about. But that's the thing. That's why I think that this veteran here, okay, was being used or gaslit some way to attack other people and being weaponized for an agenda, and still is. And that's just my opinion, okay? And I hope not. I don't want to see you guys do that. But, I mean, come on. Maybe you can speculate, James, on why a pedo would say, like Mr. X-Man, that you busted out would have my phone number that he's saying got from Linda Lemons. And why he would attack me all of a sudden because maybe somebody attacked him with a sock account they made of me. See, and I always thought maybe James did make that account that we showed at the beginning on G+. That it's more of a China thing, right? Associated with LARP Busters, one who went full gay, right? Clovis, definitely Clovis has sponsored, just like Meffward, sponsored one who went full gay. Got clips of that, right? Why? I just wonder why. Maybe James, you can speculate as to what was going on there.
And Miss Dean went and hired a PI that traced my IP, right? That it was me, right, doing clone accounts. So here's the consensus on this video, okay? It's been one thing right after another for a very long time. And when I debunk one, a new one comes up. Something new comes up. I debunk that, something new comes up. And what's funny is every time the new thing comes up, we got you this time, Aaron, is what I hear. We got you this time, Aaron. Well, actually, no, because of the way Clovis had to trip out, and I got her to trip out, and it was bad. I admit it. It was bad. I shouldn't have said that about her husband and the other things, going on there. But she shouldn't have said that I've been supporting sickos. Okay? You'll lay a low blow on me, I'm gonna lay a low blow back. But it was good because it got Clovis to come out and say that she's got my family trust, she's coming after every damn dime I've got, which shows a conspiracy premeditated that they were coming after my family trust for what? My freedom of speech? Perhaps? Maybe some things that I know or can foresee coming. They wanted to shut me up one way or another. And how do you do that on the internet? Try to get people to either look like you're working with pedos, you are a pedo, or whatever the case may be in that narrative for that day. Right? There's always a new narrative every other day. So what do? Well, let's give them something really to work with, right? And have some bigger shit be brought out in hypocrisy. And the biggest way you can tell, once again in my video that I put out yesterday, the way you can tell where you've got a muffin operation in a bakery is when you get overran or somebody runs, right? They'll kind of, come on, like what Donna did the other night, run your mouth and run your mouth. There's no point by point debating. It's just fly off at the freaking handle. Get out everything you got to get out. Don't let the person swing back or have a point-by-point debate. It looks shady as shit. And it looks even more shady now. So whatever these guys can come up with while I'm on a fishing trip, right? That's maybe why this video got brought up last night, right? Or just earlier this evening, is because people thought I was on a fishing trip. Why do these people see? That's why I sometimes put out the fake news that I might be on a fishing trip, to see who's going to try to bring out what, because they don't think I can sit there and defend myself. And when I do show up to defend myself, I'm not able to defend myself. It's an overrun. It's Aquino shit. It's Thomas Muffin shit. It's Gary Hunt shit. And a whole lot more, all wrapped up into one nice Thomas Muffin burrito for you guys to swallow whole, because there's a lot of people out there like baby birds that got their beaks wide open, just waiting for regurgitated info to come right back in them. And they want a shit show, right? So what I do is I give you a shit show. You want to have a shit show and have fantasy? Let's have some fantasy, but when you can't handle it, I'll just let you have at your fantasy till the next thing that comes up, and then I get to debunk. Everybody, thanks for checking this out. Peace out. Have a great rest of your week until the weekend, and peace, blessings, and much love. Party on.
Representative Wesley Hunt from Texas blasts the FBI Director Christopher Wray for the two-tier justice system that we exist in. And he had a beautiful phrase. He says they're protecting Biden, prosecuting Trump. Two different modalities. One serves their ends, the other wages war on their political enemies. And so here is the clip from Wesley Hunt. He's talking about the legitimacy of the FBI. As more and more Americans recognize what's happening, and that agency literally raided a political person in America called Donald Trump, who is going against Joe Biden, who runs the executive branch, who runs the FBI, people can see that this agency is no longer a pillar of justice as we once believed it was. And so here is Representative Wesley Hunt from Texas asking Christopher Wray about these two standards.
A recent poll found that 37% of Americans have a positive view of the FBI. And that's from an NBC poll. I wouldn't exactly call that right media propaganda.
That's
and
rough.
I think I know why. Here's what the American people know and believe about the FBI today, sir. If you are a Trump, you'll be prosecuted.
Yes.
If you are a Biden, you'll be protected.
Beautiful.
And the American people that I represent are sick and tired of this double standard. It seems like every single hearing that we have in this room, we talk about the two-tier justice system of Biden's DOJ and the FBI, and as we were talking earlier, here we are again. President Trump endured an unprecedented raid at his home in Mar-a-Lago. President Biden's home, however, was respectfully browsed. President Trump is facing up to 400 years in federal prison for allegedly being in possession of classified documents he obtained as the commander-in-chief of these United States of America. And meanwhile, President Biden is facing no charges for the classified documents he had held at his time as a senator and a vice president, not the president of these United States of America.
Bravo.
Last I checked, he had no legal authority to declassify those documents.
He did not at all.
Assuming President Trump was in possession of said classified documents, would those documents be more secure surrounded by Secret Service at Mar-a-Lago or in a box in a garage behind your Corvette? No, the answer to that question. Question for you, sir. What can you tell us about the status of the FBI's investigation of President Biden's classified documents found next to his Corvette in Delaware and those found at the Penn Biden Center? Do we have an update on that, sir?
What I can tell you is that there is an ongoing special counsel investigation led by Mr. Robert Hur.
And it's literally, I think, 1/5 of the funding that is being used to prosecute Trump. There was a report, we talked about it several shows ago, where I believe it was about $1 million a month to prosecute Trump and about $100,000 a month to prosecute Biden. Pretty amazing.
And we have FBI agents affiliated with it, working on it, working very actively and aggressively with him on that case. I obviously disagree with your description of the two standards. In my view, at least under my watch, we have one standard.
Okay.
and that is we're going to pursue the facts wherever they lead, no matter who likes it. And I add that last part because especially in sensitive investigations, almost by definition, somebody's not going to like it.
Yeah, but except Trump has literally 10 times the funding to prosecute him. 10 times the team, 10 times the people, 10 times the charges, and it's all because of something very similar to what Joe Biden has done.
I understand, and that's actually why I led with the sentiment of the American people.
Less even serious than what Joe Biden has done because he was actually the president.
Well, I understand that's your sentiment. I do want to finish this. So I want everybody to talk about this dichotomy that we have seen. I get your point, sir, but that's just not what we see as the public, as we the people. We see one case being fast-tracked and one case being slow-walked. We see one president's home being raided, the other president's home being kindly searched. You have one government agency, the Secret Service, protecting the former president and his home, and government agency, FBI, in the. That's tragically ironic, and we expect more from a functional constitutional republic, and these things shouldn't be happening. Now, it's my opinion, Joe Biden is the most unpopular president we have seen in a century, and that's why he knows the only way to stop President Trump from beating him in November is by putting him in jail.
Prosecute him. That's the
You
campaign.
talked about this, Mr. Fry.
Yes.
In the 247 years of this existence of this great nation, only one president has ever been indicted by the DOJ and is home raided by the FBI. Now, some have said that President Trump's indictment means that no one is above the law. Okay, all right. I would love to see that. Hillary Clinton.
And Hunty.
What about Hunter Biden?
Yeah, Hunty Poo.
Who is America's favorite son.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. I got a 4-year-old daughter and a 2-year-old daughter at my house. Hunter Biden to me is like glitter. He is on everything, and you cannot get rid of him.
Yes.
And yet nothing is going to be done about this.
He is like glitter.
James Comey decided not to prosecute Hillary Clinton despite overwhelming evidence that she committed crimes. And as I recall, it was the position of the FBI to not prosecute because they didn't want to interfere with the presidential election. What do you call this? The Iowa caucuses are in months. I think the American public would expect to see this from Cuba, from Venezuela, and from Russia, and from China, but not here. The people expect us to have blind justice. They expect equal justice under the law. It is not the job of the DOJ or the FBI to prosecute Joe Biden's top political opponent who is leading in every single primary poll, and the Iowa caucuses are in 6 months. Let the people decide. It's our job to uphold the Constitution.
All right, Wesley Hunt from Texas, 38th District. Bravo, brilliant statement, and I think it was very well crafted, establishing the standards and alliteration of protecting Biden. Nice line. Now, what he articulated for us was those two tiers. And what's so interesting is that we know that the DOJ, as Mr. Hunt pointed out, is basically waging the political campaign on behalf of Joe Biden. Joe Biden can't give a barn burner speech. He can't even fill cafeteria room, all right? He's not going anywhere in rallying America and Americans to get behind his new grand vision for the future. That's just not happening. But what they do have is the power of the government. They've got the DOJ and the FBI, and they will exercise their enforcers when the time is appropriate. And you can see this. It's not just one executive branch. It's not just the Joe Biden people. Here is Eric Swalwell, one of the stinkiest people in Congress, and he was out during this testimony today, and you can see his arms are a little bit, crossed here. He's kind of irritated. And this is because somebody has been calling him to account. Somebody who we've had here on this channel, Garrett Ziegler, Polo say. He author of the organization Hunter Biden report. Been spreading, more people see it and share it, the more and more that exists in the White House. And so as that continues to grow and expand, people get a little bit nervous about it. They get a little bit rattled, and they have to call their enforcers to go and stop him. This guy's really embarrassing us. This Garrett Ziegler, Marco Polo crew, they're making us look like idiots. And so here now is Eric Swalwell illustrating literally what Wesley Hunt had just articulated, that when it's appropriate, the Democrats appear, they ask for enforcement, they pick up the phone, call the FBI, and they're so shameless about it, they'll do it right in the middle of a congressional hearing. Here's Eric Swalwell hinting that the FBI should go take out his opponent, Garrett Ziegler.
I want to turn your attention to an organization called Marco Polo. It's run by a former Trump aide named Garrett Ziegler. Over the past couple weeks, he has doxed the addresses of a former special agent connected to the Hunter Biden He has put up the dates of birth and pictures of 2 current special agents who work for you. He has said the name, which I will not say, of an assistant U.S. attorney who worked in the Hunter Biden case, that she will answer for her crimes. He will focus everything on her. Justice will be done. It's out of my hands, but she will answer. Do these types of threats and concern you? Threats to the workforce and what it could mean?
Well, obviously, what we're most concerned about are the actual acts of violence.
Actually, we can't do much about that. Swalwell will really concern violence. Here, Swalwell's basically saying, can you please go arrest Garrett for us? Those Marco Polo people, they're making us look like absolute idiots. Expose their own documents, okay? They're publishing our own materials. They are shining the spotlight on all of our corruption. We hate it. Can you do something about that for us? And he says, no, actually, we can't do anything about it. So sorry, Eric. Trying to use the FBI to censor his opponents. And he just says, no, we're actually only focused on the violence, though. This is a disgusting thing that he is doing. He is trying to silence his critics. He's using his position as a congressman to drag their name out into the congressional record, which is pretty awesome, by the way. Congratulations to their team. I mean, it's like goals, you know, want to get in the congressional record some point. And if Stinky Eric Swalwell's going to do it, it's like, man, well, get in there. To Garrett Polo people, but it is still a horrendous thing, right? He's implying that the FBI should go and investigate these people for exposing them. He wants to use the government to silence his political enemies. It's the same pattern. Wesley Hunt just called it out, and literally in the hearing, he's like, is there anybody else, Eric, that you don't like? You want to include some other people that maybe the FBI should investigate? Maniacs. So the double standard is there on full display, literally even in the hearing. And so this is Representative Barry Moore asking about this. He's a representative over from Alabama, and here's what he said.
Why would the FBI offer Christopher Steele $1 million to verify a dossier about Trump-Russian collusion, and then the same FBI offer $3 million to Twitter to squash a story on the Hunter Biden laptop? Do you have any idea why a law enforcement agency would be playing into elections?
Well, you raised a number of different issues there. So first, as to the Steele dossier, that, of course, is a subject treated at great length in the Durham report, which we, and again, my director.
But it was the same agency paying $1 million to push one story out or try to collaborate one story, and $3 million to quieten another story for political opponents.
So just pausing there, saying the FBI paid $1 million to Christopher Steele, the Steele dossier. That was that fake PP tape report from Russia, allegedly, that they funneled back up through Michael Sussman, who took it to Twitter, who met with James Baker there, and they tried to get the FBI to publish the story. And that was like paid $1 million to Igor Danchenko and all money, you know, all of it to create a fake hoax. Came out of the FBI's pockets. On the other side of that, right, that's to harm Trump. Well, in that case, they spent $3 million to repay Twitter for their efforts for their suppression campaigns. Twitter is saying, well, we got to bill you for all of this additional work. And so the FBI said, yeah, okay, here's $3 million. So $1 million to harm Trump, plus another $3 million to help their guy.
Oh, I understand. And then I would, as to the second part related to Twitter, I would disagree with your characterization respectfully. When there are payments to social media companies, that is by longstanding federal law going back, I think, about 4 decades, where we have to pay companies for their costs in responding to legal process. And it's not just social media companies, it's other kinds of businesses as well.
Well, when those stories get out, and you understand, and certainly the dossier story, and I know that wasn't under your watch, but also the Hunter Biden laptop story, that to me looks political. To the American people, it looks political. And I'm just an everyday guy. I'm not an attorney, Mr. Ray. Just an everyday guy. To me, it looks extremely political. And that is why you're having trouble keeping the FBI's reputation afloat.
Yeah, you don't have to be a lawyer. Everybody can see how corrupt the FBI is. And I really think this is a big deal for Christopher Wray. I mean, you have to think about these people and the legacies that they want to leave. And the history. What is going to be said about them when they're no longer in charge of the FBI? Is the FBI going to be remembered as an institution of legitimacy after Christopher Wray? No. I mean, if he went in there and it was 75% legitimacy, it's now down to, what did he say, Wesley? 30%? Whew, that is a catastrophic fall. And I don't know where it started. Maybe it wasn't that high, but it was a lot higher than 30%, because we've seen after COVID, after the election, after January 6th, after the On and on and on. They have been failing at protecting our civil liberties and protecting our country in the meantime. And so now we're starting to call them out. And Kevin McCarthy got asked about this, the Speaker of the House. And here is what he said when being asked about what to do about all this. I mean, we know they're corrupt. So what?
Why would you wait to the statute of limitations when it came to Hunter Biden to the most serious problems and he would not be held accountable for that or pay taxes on that? And how could you move so fast if it's somebody you disagree with philosophically, like a President Trump, and you could move real quick to indict there? Everything we have watched from this point forward, they treat people differently based upon their political beliefs, and that is wrong, and we're going to get to the bottom of it, and we're going to stop it.
All right, we'll get to the bottom of it. We'll see if they do or not. But we are asking about what are the consequences here. We have seen a House resolution by Matt Gaetz on FISA. We know that there are other efforts to stop some of the appropriations that are going over to the FBI. But what about impeachment? What about impeaching Christopher Wray? Marjorie Taylor Greene has that idea.
Director Wray has turned the Federal Bureau of Investigation into the personal police force of Joe Biden and Attorney General Merrick Garland. It is wholly unacceptable for the FBI director or any civil officer to use their power in a way that targets one political class and favors another. Wray has used Soviet-style tactics in his targeting of average Americans and placed threat tags on everyone from pro-life groups to traditional Catholics.
In America.
He even sent armed agents to the home of President Donald Trump, who is also the current frontrunner in the Republican presidential election, in a politically motivated raid to influence an upcoming election, all while shielding the current Democrat president's vile son from a criminal probe.
Crackhead.
Wray is using his extremely powerful law enforcement role for political purposes. He must be impeached.
All right, so we'll see if anything like that happens. A lot of different things the Republicans can do. Now's about the time. I mean, we've got an election coming up. We know the Iowa caucuses are starting in January. So if they're going to be prosecuting Donald Trump, and we know they've got 2 of the 4 indictments that are coming. There might be more indictments, superseding indictments, Bedminster, New Jersey indictments, who knows. But if they're going to be launching their attacks, it's time for the Republicans to start playing the same game, because it's not going to get any better. Christopher Wray is going to keep using FISA. He's going to keep using everything he can. In fact, he might try to escalate things because he's maybe got a clock that is now ticking, since all the Republicans are now breathing down his neck on this. So we'll see if impeachment happens. We'll see if there's any, defunding through appropriations, or if HR Matt Gaetz actually passes.
roly-poly bug. I'm a dog from outer space with a funny-looking face. I'm a pug. I'm a pug. What you gonna do? Boop, 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 boop. Watch me now. Here I am. There I go. Watch me now. Here I go. There I am. I'm a little pug, a roly-poly bug. And my favorite thing to do is rub my butt on the rug. What? I'm a pug. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? I'm a pug. What you gonna do? Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop.
This is not a test. The great shitbag games are about to begin. This is not a test.
This is not a test. This is your emergency broadcast system announcing the commencement of the annual purge sanctioned by the U.S. government.
So she's going to play stupid, and then she's going to cop an attitude and be a bitch towards me. I don't even know what the fuck I did to this woman. I can talk and be social because I'm an adult. That's why I had to hurry up and get it out earlier, because it wasn't adulting up here. Now, Clark County, Ohio Sheriff's Department has just been given the link to the show. The FBI have been informed, and ATF have been informed. I don't give a flying fuck with any of you guys chat. So here I go. Cox over there telling me that I'm with Thomas Schoenberger and I need to get my Thomas muffin. Cox over there telling me about accent. It's ending. What the fuck I did to this woman? So tacos, keep your healthy boundaries and go get your Thomas muffin. I can talk and be social because I'm an adult. Sounds like you and Tamara both, huh? I can email him right away. Oh, he contacts tomorrow, right? Ooh. Did I say something I shouldn't have? See, I don't care. I'm here to be here. I'm not here to troll or to LARP.
Citizen Zed, you got shit. ABC, you're the next motherfucker I'm gonna show that furs on children. You're fighting so hard. That's why ABC, that Hot Pocket guy, is fighting so hard to shut me down when I did nothing to him. Because he pervs on little children, and now he's trying to shut me down. Shut the fuck up! Hey, raising of children is serious, you motherfucker! Go get your fucking cigarette. Shut up, then. Fuck you! Go fuck yourself! I'm showing you a real life now! I'm showing you a real life raper of children! You motherfuckers even care! Fuck you, slut! Okay, slut.
You're waiting. Yep. You know, people say that I'm cocky and all this shit, but it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with you are wrong and you are a scumbag. Period. I'll knock you into the ground. Period. If you're like that. Hey, Paulaman, what do you think? Anton is gone now. They don't think he just got arrested, but suddenly he's gone. You're welcome, peeps. Anton didn't get arrested for spamming Gotz, though. He got arrested because he's a fucking pedo. Sure is.
What else do I need to prove? Would you like me to prove you wrong? I don't care. I don't care. You don't care? Oh, okay. So you're bullshit and you don't care.
But guess what? We will prove you wrong.
You, a personal tried to tell years ago.
You are, motherfucker.
Away from this stuff. This Malibu Sky, Sugar Shine, Prepper Kitty, and a bunch of other motherfuckers, and you ignored everything I said. You're a two-faced, lying, backstabbing piece of crap, Lauren.
Get the fuck out of here. That's what you guys are. That's what
Wait,
you guys are.
Zero quit for you, buddy. Please.
I have the proof.
Zero, you
But
said
you're not interested. You're not interested.
You have the proof about Denise Mateo, Betty Washam, Titus.
I don't even doubt this Betty Washam, dude. The fuck why are you labeling these people?
He's always running to them women, too.
I need another one.
Here comes Aaron in with his kill Illuminatis.
I've been fucking working for her and shit.
Have you done this before?
Of course. Hundreds of times.
With party members?
Yes.
Inner party members?
Not with those bastards. There's plenty who would.
Look, I hate purity. I hate goodness. I don't want virtue to exist anywhere. I want everyone corrupt.
Well, I ought to suit you then. I'm corrupt to the core.
Do you like doing this? I don't mean just me.
I adore it.
Is calling pedophiles.
You're doing a good job, Shizzle. Like I said, about a month.
I wasn't
like a muffin bakery up in here.
If there's people around me and there's some
man,
I'm
have
on
you
a
ever
panel,
had a conversation with Thomas Schoenberger yourself, Shizzle?
I'm gonna still call that motherfucker out.
Have you ever had a conversation with Thomas Schoenberger, Shizzle?
I raise awareness to youngsters about the horrible behavior of motherfuckers in
There
this
you go,
world.
guys.
You should raise
Can't answer
awareness.
that. Can you answer that, Shizzle?
You should raise
Shizzle,
awareness.
can you answer if you've ever had a conversation with Thomas?
You should raise awareness to the children about sickos in this world. And I don't think that's child abuse. Okay. I've been fucking working for her and shit.
Oh yeah, people did that shit.
I got targeted like a
And the thing is like, I'm huh?
I got targeted with slander like a motherfucker. It was funny.
Yeah.
I've been fucking working for her and shit.
Hang on. Let me say this.
I'm admitting I was a piece of shit for letting that get out.
on the
Now,
ropes.
can you admit
Billy's on the ropes
Let me
right
say.
now.
Let me say this. And please let me say this.
I feel bad what you've done.
This woman is in love with me. Do you want to? Is that true, Renee? Have you seen evidence of that? This woman is in love with me. Do you want to? Is that true, Renee? Have you seen evidence?
Now, again, I am not the internet police, okay? My job is not to go around policing all the wrongdoing on the internet, okay? That's not my job. Now, if I see something in my path that I've covered before in the past, I will stand by my word.
I mean, obviously we can tell which side of the truth that one.
Then I could also look at it like counting claims. You got Penny on one side and all her claims and how she's brought me into it, made claims about me. I could do counting claims on her. And then there's you, where I could ask you a couple questions. Like, I heard you call a couple people pedos. I think you were just angry, but I could ask you to prove that. I could ask you to prove
I
that
am.
pedo.
A lot of the times when I
But
call.
other than that, you know, I could only think of a few questions to ask you. Really, I don't know.
Well, I can tell you right now, there's those people that I ever called that. I didn't have proof, but I figured that you would call me that without proof. Might as well call you that without proof too, because why not? You would call me that.
But you see what I'm saying though? Like with her, there's so many claims that she's thrown out, slanderous claims. With you, I could only think of like one or two. So there's that.
Right? Yeah, I stand behind some of them, you know, like when I told Fox that I would meet him, but we didn't, it's not like that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even have anything to ask. You already said everything that I have. Yeah, I have nothing to ask about that. So,
I tried on your stream and do like you said. You said, can you guys bury the hatchet? I said, sure. As long as you tell me if you don't know more, I will. And he said no. So,
yeah. I remember that. We couldn't resolve anything.
Yeah, that's another thing. One who got away because anti-Victor Price, Aaron, has been saying that I called the FBI on him. Remember all that? No FBI ever came. Okay, these people are all totally out of their mind. And no, I didn't hear what happened to Dolly.
How does she know the FBI didn't come? I wonder why she would not know that or know that. And when you get swatted, you sometimes don't have time to grab a camera. Okay, one who went full gay. And then they left real quick because they knew that they had been had and they didn't want to get sued. But we'll show the screenshot of these two fap tacos and one who went full gay conspiring for people to report me to the FBI. And she always says that I said that she called. No, you wanted everybody to tweet it. That's what's in the screenshot. But she always leaves those omits those parts out. Isn't that fun? Just like she'll omit other things out of the story for her convenience. Right?
And then now, this is what you want to listen to. Your friend John Lemon has fun with that. Okay? He's telling Thomas that his friend John Lemon, who's another YouTube page, has fun with the Ratso thing. Now look at what Thomas does. He blatantly screws up and admits that he scripts people. He says, LOL, John and I initiated it. Went right over Ratso's head. So he's saying that he initiated John Lemon to go on YouTube and basically defame Ratso. Thomas plainly admits it. I initiated it. Went right over Ratso's head. The criminal with the pedo brother-in-law is not pulling the wool over anyone's eyes. Parents even knew Jesse, his name was Williams, is asking for trouble. Well, first off, Thomas, you dumbass, my last name isn't Williams. Duh. My last name is Davis. You know that very well. But then he shares this link which leads to a guy named Jesse Williams, who is a sex offender. I don't know if he was hoping people wouldn't realize that, the last name was Williams instead of Davis, or the fact that the gentleman that this link leads to, who's a pedophile, is a black man. And I'm pretty sure I don't look like a black man, Thomas, but I don't know why you would link that shit to your garbage, but it's pretty crazy. People that happen to come in after day one are fully aware that it's a scam and you guys are using it to support the needs of Thomas, the fat man Schellenberger. And then Thomas chimes in, thank you. It will be added to the continuing story and things develop and law enforcement move in. Jesse can be a prison DJ. He seems born for that role. Thomas, I'm not going to see a prison cell. Some of you other idiots may end up in jail or in prison. Won't be. I've done nothing wrong. You're the stalker. It's been proven. It's still being proven. You're the script master. You're the one enticing all these people to stalk and defame everybody online. And the proof is in the pudding, buddy.
I was working on a video about this. just yesterday, and I was waiting for maybe one more piece of something to come in, and then all of a sudden, boom! There's Ghost with a mess. I'm not even kidding. This is great. Why would John Lemons be coming at me for years sideways any little chance he gets? Well, we're going to explain a lot here. There's some things that might explain some things a lot that are coming into correlation recently, lately. Well, would you looky here who wanted to respond? Wow. J-Man, did you dox me and have my doc because you're waiting for any little slap? Huh? To dox my deceased parents? So I'd either go away or shut up, or so you could, you and your buddies can have all the free room and reign of creativity on the internet without people like myself and others getting in your way of your LARP. Right? Ah. Uh-huh. Very interesting. We're going to read some more here. Yeah. The infamous J-Man, just because I took a little swipe at him, he had to dox my deceased parents. You know, and it's all making sense. And for who? Why? You know, I just took a simple little swipe. Right? And that's the same thing. Oh, you took a swipe at me, Cox. I had to come at you hard. Well, what did I say? It must have been very, very damaging. Same with John Lemons, right? Oh, I must have took a swipe at him so hard so long ago when he was, you know, squeegeeing up ball sack sweat from China.
El Capo is, who did they say that? That's a new nickname, but some of these people are like centipedes with their socks. I think somebody said El Capo is Colleen.
We're going to be pausing throughout this presentation a few times. And once again, Ghost, thanks for that capture and putting it out there. Because this John Lemon and the Sour Tones, like I said, he came at me sideways a few years back. Started just all of a sudden coming at me sideways. You know, any little thing that he could get a dig on or take a stupid little swipe. I wonder why. Well, you know, with Philemon, okay? Philemon and Dinkus, another message for you guys. You get to be put in a video. Well, check this out. You guys aren't breaking trail thinking you're exposing the Cox. You guys are just the end of the road and the weak link, okay, that has to continue the harassment. And for why? Well, it might be so I either go away, shut up, or not produce or publish anymore. I would say that's a 18, I think it's actually a 42 USC 1512. Okay? And also a, let's see, publishing is a right. And that might be 18 USC 241. 18 USC 242. It's all about conspiracy and deprivation of rights through intimidation. Like Philemon the other day, man, where did he write that? I think it was for Dinkus or something like that. He's like, oh, we just destroyed the Cox. Well, if I had money for every time I heard something like that, especially since 2016, especially from guys like this, every time he wanted to come around and just take his stupid little swipes, we're gonna show you guys some pattern, right? And follow a trail, just barely below the surface. Something that no one has been able to put together yet. And it's quite disgusting, actually, to me, that people would allow this. Like J-Man, right? A lot of people saw the J-Man docs of this doxing my deceased parents, right? Then all of a sudden saying rip my dog's name, right? When a lot of people know that my dog's alive, and yet he's still doing it. And even after I put out videos, hey, the dog's alive, he still says rip my dog's name. Well, why would they have to go that far? Right? It makes it look like it's a threat. But really, what's interesting is no one cares about that. You take a little swipe at a pissant like this, right? A little swipe maybe. I don't know, they can't prove it. They won't prove it that Cox came at them first. All of a sudden, Cox came at you first. So we get a barrage of hailfire coming down on us, and my grandmother gets doxxed, right? Let's pause. We're going to go to the next part here since we got a good correlation video to start with. Well, this nice little adventure and journey we're going to take on this video and follow a trail and just scratch a little bit below the surface might explain a few things on why Mr. Cox won't shut up. Because some dickheads would not just leave me alone and let me do my music streams. There was always somebody there trying to be my buddy. Right? My buddy. First it was Zero. And I've even got the audio of him, or actually the video of one day he was trying to troll me on his live stream while I'm doing a music stream, and he's running through his fingers through his hair, and he's just frustrated. He's like, I gotta figure out what platform he's using and software and hardware and why he's still going and not stopping, right? Then it was Miss Glittery Sparkles, or we could call her Stalkers. I mean, it doesn't matter. Oh yeah, by the way, UD, Mr. Urban Disciples, the reason why I actually apologized to that girl was because apparently she's tried to file charges against me, and without reconciling, okay, without doing that, or it doesn't look good for a judge if you didn't know that, Mr. Urban Disciples. Okay, so when you blast me yesterday that, I'm being a suck up to Miss Glittery Sparkles, okay? It's all going to tie together. See, the reason why I'm kind of jumping around here, some things are going to tie together. So, I do a bilateral hemispheric synchronization project and wrote an album, okay? And what you do is you cite your sources. You cite your sources when you're trying to do that.
I also have a thing though. This guy Thomas Schoenberger.
Yep.
I've been looking into him, and he's too weird not to go further on.
What kind of weird are we
Yeah,
talking?
this is a guy who writes music for babies to make them smarter. I don't really know what happens next, but apparently he has since really gone down a very dark turn and has now several really serious criminal charges against him, including defrauding a bunch of old women of their life savings and also a quality stalking charge.
All right, and just a personal epiphany. Oh yeah, this is all just so great. We're going to be looking at a couple of channel dates coming up, right? That's a nice 13 letter right there in numerology, if some of you guys didn't know, okay? Oh, this is going to be fun. Let's go to the next slide. Actually, what we did is we went here, and I'll show you, and that's where our next little trail piece goes, okay? We're gonna pause. So we follow our trail to the .com there that we saw on the last slide. Okay. Founder. Entertainment business. Soc? Well, that's interesting. We've seen this whole wording a few times before. Okay. And what I worry about is people maybe using binaurals or wanting to use binaurals in their music. You know, kind of like Treach, right? Using a 432, but he's using an app that he doesn't realize even how it really works. Well, that's interesting because why would you be doing that, like running a 432 hertz in your music stream? You don't even really know how it all works. You're just doing it, right? Oh, I just like the 432. Well, I asked which one to change frequency wave. Like, have you ever tried to do another frequency range running the music through the app? Have you ever tried a different range? Oh no, I really don't know how this stuff works. Oh, so you're just a Thomas Muffin doing an experiment on people to see if it works, so maybe Thomas can take that raw data you're collecting as an experiment and see if it works, and maybe buy it, his kid CDs, his baby CDs. Well, why would Thomas need an extra oomph? That extra oomph in his baby CDs. I mean, if they were selling so well, you know. But I think that's what may have happened. Is the baby CDs, and this is just Cox speculating, in my opinion, that the baby CDs didn't do as well as he thought, right? So we needed to develop more, and all of a sudden there's this guy that Zero's watching, right? That's doing binaurals in his broadcast named Aaron Cox, right? And it seems as though, and scientifically and through other accredited ventures, let's put it that way, in schools that have looked into this process of running music through binaurals to create a field, an acoustic field, and it's scientifically proven that it works to help repair DNA and help people with PTSD and even maybe help babies, right? At a specific range and frequency to help babies become expert chess players or the best drivers on the planet, right? Or in Dinkus's case, when he was younger, maybe he could use some of that and really become the best predator hunter on the planet. We're gonna pause and go to another clip here. Well, what's interesting is some scam artists, before we continue on, right, this is a little side note, some scam artists have to steal their ideas. And the way they do that is they have other people scour and go through the internet, and anybody that might be treading on your turf, right, where you think you own, I mean, it's not even owning specific rights, it's just, it's ego, thinking you're kind of a badass, and all of a sudden you need to steal. See, what I see is people stealing creativity and spreading bullshit about people so they can corner the market on kids' CDs.
Sorry, you have reached a number that has been disconnected or is no longer in service.
Really? Is that why this guy was going around harassing people and so forth? Or maybe people are harassing him because they saw that he was trying to make music for kids that would maybe brainwash them instead of making them into the professional chess players that they needed to become.
or the best planet, the best predator hunter on the planet, like Dinkus, okay? Right? For some reason, when you don't have creativity, you gotta rip it off. I don't know if anybody's seen these reports. This is just a side note before we keep going in our just barely below the surface little scratch again, like we did the other day, with Simon, crying lying Simon. Hello, Simon. Hello. Okay, we're gonna go to the next clip here, and I know I'm going fast, and I actually wanted to take some more time and really lay this video out good for you. But yeah, this is a timing thing, and once again, I appreciate Ghost Correlation there on Mr. Lemons, John Lemons, the Canadian. Oh, the talented Canadian, right? You know, what's interesting is these binaurals again, the way music has come up recently, right, with the alchemy. But you're supposed to, I'm going to remind you, you're supposed to cite your sources when you use that. You don't just say, hey, I'm using alchemy, right, in your videos. You're supposed to say, and legally, I mean, you're not, but you should, as a publisher, cite your sources. And go, yeah, this song has a 428, this song has a 528, or actually a 432, 528, so on and so forth with the solfeggio scale. As some people would say, some people say it, you know, different, binaurals, whatever, okay? Let's pause and we'll go to our next slide. You know, any press, even good or negative, is still possibly, right? Even bad press will help you sell stuff. Right? Why all this activity in 2013? Right around when Schoenberger was going to release his kids' binaural frequency. Well, no. There wasn't actually any frequency in there. I think that's what they were trying to figure out later on, was how to apply the frequency. But you can't see, okay, you can't apply the frequencies to music through a monaural, not a binaural, a monaural, right? Gigi, I'm trying to talk to you about this, but that's why you had to go away, right? It's just all these weak links, these little tiny muffins are showing their colors recently. Oh man, look at that right there. That's some interesting stuff. You know, we actually skipped around a little, okay? Because the AEC, right? Is that the alternative? We'll go back. We're supposed to look up the company name that he's apparently maybe working now.
Well, and you know, a reminder note that both Pam's and Brenda Becker are up in Robert David Steele's Dead Man Switch emails about all the little donations to Thomas. Oh, that's right. We like to forget about that, don't we? Oh.
Quite interesting correlation we're going to be bringing up, but
very quick little delivery, because I'm not going to be doing too many videos, but I just want everybody to know that Tacos and Cults is pretty cool. Definitely lived up to her word.
You know, I'm not even reading, but I see key words that are kind of, to me, a little, you know, interesting, because, you know, those two names highlighted there, those two names have always been interested in actually, how do you say this? Cornering the market on brainwashing. Okay? And you can do it with binaurals or monaurals, but a monaural isn't as effective as a binaural. And if you can't figure out the actual accurate frequency or application, how to load a binaural, you might mess babies up with your experimental monaural, right? With your kid CDs, right? To help kids become geniuses and be champions in chess, right? But what's funny is you're gonna, well, okay, this isn't funny at all, but you're gonna screw people up with your monaural unless you're hanging out with these guys and want to try to brainwash people with visuals and moneurals. Your Trichi 432 monaural, right? It doesn't even work. That's the problem, is because when it's not working and people get pissed off because you got deadlines and you know this guy named Cox that's doing a binaural bilateral hemispheric synchronization broadcast, but you can't figure out the theory exactly, and you're missing deadlines. What does that say? Oh, that's interesting. Interesting. But when you're missing deadlines and you go, oh, we're gonna figure this out, right? Man, there's just so much involvement there with stupid shit. And you know what's funny is even I used to live real close to that bridge, real close, and even live a little kind of close to it now. I wonder why all these guys from Canada and so forth needed to shut Mr. Cox up, and always see. Here's the thing, guys. Okay, since 2016, dingleberries from Canada and other places needed to try to shut Mr. Cox up, and I was always wondering why. Well, why would Mr. Cox need to be shut up so bad when no one's really watching? I'm not interested in trying to get viewers. I'm just trying to record a bilateral hemispheric synchronization broadcast so I can download it or have it there to point veterans to that have PTSD. Why would people be attacking me so bad all of a sudden out of the middle of nowhere? Well, we're going to explain some of that here in a minute. Let's keep going. So we were supposed to go back to this AEC company right here. And we're going to show you something there. Oh, I think you're going to like. Let's go there now. AEC. Well, we did the semi deep dive in on this, kind of went through it. Let's go down here. Oh, what's interesting is I think this band right here, a Canadian sensation. Well, what's interesting with Mr. Schoenberger being involved with this company, I wonder if I could call in and maybe book some entertainment, right? Variety. I mean, right there, he's got variety talent, I guess. Well, I think there's been a reason why I've been practicing the old dirty Jew voice, right? And I was actually, yesterday when I was starting to put this stuff together, I was actually thinking about calling in and ordering some talent as the old dirty Jew. One of these bands in here is from Canada, right? If you go there yourself, you'll find it. I think it's this band right here. That's Canadian. Very interesting. Canadian sensations, like John Lemon's. Oh, thank you for the clap. What was interesting too is how Thomas gave Tacos a shout out. Oh, thank you for helping me out, right? Oh man. So I was gonna call these guys and record it, but I was gonna go, hello, I've got twins that need a bat mitzvah. but they like two different things. They're twins. The bat mitzvah's coming up, and one likes rap and one likes country music. And I was wondering if you had James Dowell on your entertainment lineup out of San Francisco. He's hot right now. He's a hot rapper. That's what my one daughter likes.
What the fuck are you gonna do about it? Shut the fuck up. It's not your choice. My choice. I'm sexual hood. The fuck you want sexual hood? Stupid.
And my other daughter, she likes country music. We were wondering if we could hire out Mark Connors for you guys. You guys got those guys on your roster list?
How's it going, Mark? Hey, Mark, do you mind if I get a picture with you two? Mark, do you mind if I, can we get a picture together? Hey, Mark, do you mind if I get an autograph for you? That's the kind of crap that I get when I go outside, you stupid dumbasses. I can go anywhere the fuck I want to. And I'm fine.
He's fine.
Well. That's all we have.
Right? And see if they go yes or no. But what we found interesting here, is this name here. Which is, you go ahead and click on that link yourself. And what he is actually, he's actually I guess the guy behind the scene here on the AEC, right? The AEC. What he does is, Mr. Bill Seat does more of the, I think what he does is helps like either live streamers, okay, build their little cue card things with the music and the cute little animations and so forth you can do with your StreamYards, and you can play it for a quick little transitional cards. I think that's what they call them, transitional cards, so forth, or introduction cards. Right? We're going to be going in a little bit more because this is more, I think, more Bill Seats. See the ID. And that would be to help out, let's just say, some Tommy Muffins, to help them get their streams up and going and looking better, tighten it up. I mean, I think if you here, okay, you'll read that they're into some type of profit sharing. So let's say you're a Tommy Muffin on YouTube, and you get monetized, and this guy helps you do your graphics for your channel and really get bumping, right? People are watching, and there's a good Urban Disciples and shit show going on, and they're play fighting back and forth people like the Donnie, the Cucks, he tricked me, right? Everybody's going back and forth, and they got their PayPal links out there. Right? But any revenue, see, and usually with the CIA stuff, is usually you get to keep anything you get through PayPal, or bonuses, or tips, or stuff like that. You get to keep that.
Like, I like chaos. I thrive off that shit.
I bet.
Like, I like it. I like some of the toxic energy.
Right.
It's toxic, so fun to me.
But the revenue sharing and the ad sharing, so forth, well, guys like Bill Seat and Thomas, that you get up going, and then you can share your revenue with them. And boy, the more muffins in a batch to a baker's dozen, the more everybody makes, right? Right? Is that the way? But if you're not part of the club, guess what? you're labeled either a pedo or a pedo protector, so you don't cut into other people's profits and views. And that's how it does work, is either harass an artist off of a platform, or maybe suicide trolling, or just going around having a fellow man going around and saying, oh, Cox is so destroyed, no one ever needs to go to his channel, don't ever channel it. Well, it's so you don't see stuff like this. We're gonna pause and go to the next clip. Boy, that guy kind of looks like a he'd be friends with Thomas, right? Oh my gosh, no wonder Thomas likes him. He's lactating.
I'm gay. I'm gay. I'm gay. I'm gay. I'm gay.
Right, is that guy lactating? Anyways, that's messed up. Okay. This isn't really to make fun or anything of Bill, because this is the first time I've actually come across the the artist and painter, and also the mass media. Oh my gosh, he loves his rich diet of mass media consumerism. Another master muffin baker. Wow, this is interesting. Okay, we're gonna show you though. Oh yeah, that's it. His YouTube page. Gonna show you a little bit more there. Yeah, I actually wanted to call his company and go, hello, I need to talk to Thomas. He said you got some great talent there that I could hire named James Dowell. Need to do a dual bat mitzvah. My daughters, one of them likes rap. She likes this hot sensation right now in San Francisco. His name's James Dowell. He's a rapping sensation.
Exactly right. So it's not like a straw that broke camel's back or anything. It's not like I'm like that upset about it, but it's like now I'm in a position to where I can pay to find out. You feel me? Where in the past I wasn't in that position. I couldn't because I didn't have the money. But now I got the money. I'll pay to find out. I will fucking hire some fucking hackers to hack the fuck out of all you motherfuckers and find out who the fuck you are.
One could say it's actually a lark because he doesn't actually do anything. He says he's gonna have them dealt with. Does he actually deal with them? No. He always says that every video doesn't do anything. All clickbait. That's all. He's clickbaiting it. Very disturbed individual.
My other daughter, she likes country music. She wants to hire out this other guy. He's hot. Mark Connors.
Have written your name down on a list and your time is coming. That's not a physical threat. I'm going to expose you.
Do you have those guys on your roster? Oh, right. If I get enough comments below on this video, maybe I'll still do the call and post it. All right. If anybody really cares about the starving artists out there that are doing anything they can for piddly entertainment of the sheep and masses that are, all about the bread and circuses. Let's go to the next one. So it looked like I did a little more deep digging there yesterday, and I was trying to put this together to correlate to make sure that was, Bill Seat was Thomas's buddy there, and some addresses and phone numbers kind of add up, so they probably are definitely, that's who's, kind of another behind the scenes guy for Thomas, helping artists strategically being placed on social media, right? That's why we need the great hit, a hot hit right now from San Francisco. We need James Dowell to come rap at my daughter's bat mitzvah. Let's just run through this real quick before we go to the next slide. And I know I'm kind of cruising through this pretty quick, but if you need to, you can just go ahead and pause. Right? Oh, interesting. Music for infants. Ooh, man. Some CIA brainwashing on your kids with the wrong theory of the monaural frequency, perhaps, and not citing their sources saying they're doing that. They're just saying they're using alchemy. Oh, really? Wow. Interesting. February 1963 to the present. Oh yeah, the guy started composing when he was 4, right? When he was 4 years old. I've been skiing since I was 2. Oh man. Maybe it might, explain why, I've gone to some pretty hardcore mountains using a helicopter being dropped off at the top, right? But loser Cox doesn't know or do anything, right? Apparently, supposedly by the Canadians, Anyways, here's more about the music for infants. Okay, nowhere in here do you see that they are going to cite. Oops. Oh, jeez, what's going on? I messed it up. Oh man, I messed it. Once again, you can see that they're not really citing anything about using binaurals or monaurals. All you saw there is a couple of times was alchemy, which I could see how some alphabet soups would call it that instead of citing their sources and what maybe frequency they're using, unless, see, and this is all older stuff, so at that time they were trying to figure out, what more can we put in there, see, once again, 2003. To relax and stimulate the infant brain. Stimulate. Adding video enhancements. Audio. Broaden infant's total audio and now visual experience. Oh, see, that would indicate binaurals. Well, monaurals, because these guys have to figure out the binaural. The binaural, right? Which it creates a field and is delivered more accurately than just a monaural.
Oh yeah, we all know about your frequencies, Cox. It's coming out tomorrow, bitch. We know about your fucking practicing fucking black magic and shit, acting like a Christian. You fucking liar. Fuck you, Cox. I'm not talking to you, dude. You're not worth talking to. I already said that 5 times.
Well, sounds like he's cucking for Thomas. Because none of these guys, not even Lee Pleatherman, could debate me about the frequency healing spectrum and acoustical fields. They couldn't. Only Treachy knows how to run is an app for a monaural. He doesn't know what a binaural is. So, anyways, these guys are gonna project all day for the Tommy crew, the Thomas Muffins.
Oh, what? What is the difference here, huh? Boy, we need to get Treachy on the scene so he can figure that out for you, because he would be able to explain it the best to you, right? In his controlled environment.
People like Aaron B. Cox.
Well, look at their little eBay action. See, this is free promotion. This is why some of the muffins will blast Mr. Schoenberger. He's such a scumbag, this guy, but I love him, right? Right? Once again, horrible advertising is still advertising. And these guys, they're all about the horrible advertising for some reason with Mr. Schoenberger. I don't know why it works. Sales are down. That's why they've been, excuse me, that's why they've been focusing on their muffins, their little actors on the internet, especially with the Q stuff. Interesting. Q almost kind of becomes illegal, and all these people are sucked in, right? All these people are sucked into to the apparent creator, right, of Q, right? Mr. Schellenberger or something to do with Q there, right? And then all of a sudden, everybody that gets sucked in, it either becomes celebrated still in secrecy, right? And possibly illegal, right? You're put on a terrorism list by Biden. Interesting. These ball just like the Tooth Fairy, right? She was all up into Q when it first came out, selling her freaking quilts through Q heads, jumping on the whole algorithm train, right? And then everybody bails and drops out. No, we got nothing to do with Q. Right before it becomes illegal. Oh wow! Cicada with puzzles, binaurals that they can't figure out, so they gotta have Treachy do a controlled experiment with his monourals to see how well it works. And you got the Tommy Muffins and Mr. Schoenberger in the background listening to see how well it all works, and it just didn't work out. So we gotta shut the Cox down so he doesn't see that we're trying to figure out what he's doing. Have him go away. I'm not even kidding. So wait, I'm gonna prove it. I'm gonna work it out. I'm gonna show you. Why all this activity in 2013? Let's see this. Huh. Why all of this interesting activity in 2013? Oh my gosh, there's some Da Vinci Code stuff. See, a lot of this complaints and rip-off report, consumer alerts, and so forth, it could be controlled opposition of people just wanting to shut you down, or you actually pissed people off and you've got a lot of charges for stalking and so forth, right? It's just, boy, that's too unfortunate. You know what? I didn't see that link yesterday. I think we're gonna go back and click that link and see where it goes. LaFair, Napa Event Task Force. Oh, you know, we've heard that blanket statement a lot. He's just a stalker. He's a stalker. Stalkers may use threats, right? And I bet you anything that right there is, he's top DJ for 78 grand, and now DJ's actively working with the police. No joke. Asked Thomas to forward you the letter I sent to Ortiz and the DA. Oh, interesting. Oh, I wonder if LaFair is something that, oh, no, right there. Currently stalking Schoenberger. Oh, interesting. Oh, goodness. Maybe ties to Israel, too? Boy, oh boy, this just all goes so deep. Yeah, CIA shills trying to deliver monourals to babies to brainwash them. I mean, we've all heard about it. If you get the binaurals wrong, or you're listening to like a YouTube video, you know, you've got a great frequency you like, it's probably not working. It's being delivered wrong, and sometimes on purpose. Just to brainwash people. Boy, I bet you that'll help with the lithium, the water after, right? After the oh, what is it? I forgot. After all the chemicals that'll harden up your pineal gland, your pickled pineal gland, all the calcium and stuff you're getting in your water, right? What is it? Fluoride. You get your fluoride, and that's what they're doing to help kind of brainwash you. First, you get your fluoride, and then you get your lithium, And then with your Mon Earl from Treachy, boy, I tell you, you're ready. You're ready for the races and the demolition derby. All right. I'm gonna click this link and see where it goes. See where that goes. Well, there you go. October of 2013. Another great little. Oh yeah, good thing I didn't press play. Here, let's press a second. Oh, interesting. All this entertainment. Mr. Cox used to own a DJ company. Not very big. Just myself and one other person, and worked for a few different entertainment booking agencies. Huh. Why they would need me shut up so bad. Right? All this getting going with these binaurals. I bet you they were working on them and needing to get more music out with these binaurals, but they didn't know how to do binaurals. They're doing monourals. Wow. Such a great Schoenberger. Such a great Schoenberger little expose there, huh? Oh, yeah. Just for maybe talking shit and, oh my gosh, what's going on here? Low-end DJ from Elk Grove, do not hire him. Why are these relationships actually, becoming, like, you know, with beef and so forth, right? And then people breaking up and doing slap videos on each other, even back in 2013. Israel. That was Ron Israel. Yeah, there was something there with Schoenberger and Israel or something like that too. But once again, why would Schoenberger, you know, like be an anti-Semite? And not like the Jews that only want to hire James Dowell and Mark Connors out for their daughter's bat mitzvahs. I know I said that, but I'll practice it more before we maybe do the call, right? To Bill C. See what he has to say. We're gonna try something else here. Let's get it set up. Well, here's Mr. C's YouTube channel. It's interesting that last channel only had a few subscribers, right? Let's go to his videos. Well, 4 months ago, he started back up on his channel with some voodoo painting. Well, that's interesting. And then from 4 months ago to 7 years ago, something posted. Well, look at this. You know what this reminds me of? Is production Friday, September 16th, done for these YouTubers now that do these live streams on the stream yards, on the scrap yards, that need they've got these little going, right? They got these little intro slides. These, you know, funny little animated intro slides. I think I might have a couple, right, that we can look at. But you can go to Dude Diamond Donny. You can go to his channel and see that he's got these little slide clip videos that have been made for him. Because he's a social media retard. He couldn't do it himself. Right? So you got somebody like maybe Bill C. that's making your cue cards for you. See, little nice little shorts. Right?
Friday, May 22nd is Fight Night.
Oh, what happened, Bill?
His comeback. Liberty Boxing
Why
Enterprises presents
why
former
didn't you stick on
WBF
that
World
route?
Champion Paul Nave.
That's
The Marin
interesting.
County
All these
Assassin,
fighters.
head-to-head with Orange County prospect Derek
It's all one big muffin fest. Spitfire, right? Boxer, other people that want to box, and like Mark Connors, right? Internet superstar Mark Connors / country music hit / dojo owner / not on the registry but should be. Isn't that interesting? Producing, wouldn't that be fun to produce those little intros and slides, transitionals for your scrap yard, right? For your scrap yard broadcast. We're gonna go over here now. Check this out. Well, I find things interesting too, especially being around that long. Wow. November 4th, 2006, with 5 subscribers, goes inactive 7 years ago, and all of a sudden, doing some voodoo mod. Your painting mod. Now, the correlation there, still is just on the surface. See, reason why I do some of these videos, so other people, if they want to go beyond that surface and keep going, well, there you go. There's your one little avenue to go by. Now, I would go in further, right? And not in Bill Seat, but other associations with Mr. Schoenberger, even into consumer data collecting for the trucking industry, for competition and statistical analysis. Statistical analysis for your competition. Boy, that's kind of subversive now, isn't it? Right? Working with like 1,000 or so companies or something like that to gather data and statistics to sell to your competition? Nah, come on, dude. That's some pretty subversive stuff. No one can be that subversive, right? Well, here's my main channel, and what I'm gonna do, and we're gonna get to this. See, I mentioned the Urban Disciples earlier, where he had to blast me on his stream and call me a racist for calling him a dago. Well, see, the thing is, there's the derogatory term, and if you wish to be butthurt about the derogatory term, especially after Mr. Cox explains it to you and you live in San Diego, right, Mr. Urban Disciples, and I explained it to you because you're like, why you call me a dago, right, on the phone, right? Hey, what's up, dago? Right? It's a friendly but derogatory but good term for somebody that lives in San Diego as a watcher on the wall for San Diego. And some native San Diegans are called dagos as a funny but derogatory but good thing, okay? If you didn't know that. But some sellout would blast Mr. Cox that even after explaining it to Urban Disciples on the phone, going, no, that's not derogatory, that's actually an endearing thing, and I'm thanking you for being a San Diego watcher on the wall, right? And if you know what the Urban Dictionary says about dago, see, that's the Urban Dictionary side, see, but Mr. Butthurt Urban Disciples, he wants to, on his stream earlier, just keep the name Aaron V. Cox active in the algorithms. Oh, he's a racist piece of shit. He called me a dago. And he didn't go further and say, well, he explained it, and he says it's a San Diegan either a native San Diegan or a San Diegan that's a watcher on the wall. I said that to him on the phone, but yet he still chooses to call me a racist and be butthurt and take out of context my words, right? Now, if you were outside of San Diego and you're walking down the street and somebody walks by and says, "You damn Dago," that's derogatory. Okay? What we're gonna do here is we're gonna do a little, right? All connected in this big shit show. All connected, right? Well, looky here, everyone. 2013, Mr. Cox, right? Mr. Cox uploads an actual accurately produced 11 hertz field at even one of the most incredible frequency ranges that is closest to our actual body resonance and vibration. We all resonate, if you didn't know, close to 131 hertz, like a radio station. I released this 2013 look. Second video. 900 views. Oh, and by the way, for some of you scumbags out there that want to blast that Mr. Cox is lying about my structured water videos getting, a decent amount of hits, that was, wait a minute. Okay, so let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fifth video, and I think I actually deleted. Okay, there were a couple in here. Okay, there were a couple in here that I actually deleted that were wrong. They put some wrong information in there that I redeveloped that had 17,000 views, 20,000 views, and I actually deleted those because they had the wrong information in there, and I just needed to start over. But that's why I put that on private, right? That's why I put that on private. But let's go back over here and show you something very interesting, okay? And like I said, around 2016 is when I just started. I'm doing a bilateral hemispheric synchronization live broadcast, okay? And all of a sudden I'm being trolled by this guy Zero, even though he claims that him and I met at a different time and place very later on, like way later on down the road. For some reason he had to portray that him and I met down the road, which is just, hey, I'm just putting it out there because I'm kind of confused on all this. Let's make sure we get all of our right.
Songs you've been hearing,
there
you can
we
go
go.
to wrek.org.
Well, looky who's hanging around 4 years ago.
2468. I hope you
Well, that's Miss Linda Lemons. Besties with a few people. I'm not going to name drop. But all of a sudden she had to go away. There's more correlation there. Somebody that had to keep an eye on me. Report back maybe what's going on, right? And this guy, man, I mean, we were all cool, right? We were all cool with each other, right? And all of a sudden one day he's got to call me and go, "Oh, you got to leave Becky Dean alone. Leave Blazing Scar alone." I'm like, wait a minute, dude. She's the one that's lying, saying that she, met me in person and came to my house. Wait a minute. Oh, by the way, if you do work with J Trig, right, and you were gaslighting me, wrong thing to do, bro. Wrong thing to do. Well, and what you're not going to see here either is Mr. Painful, right? A lot of his comments that were in supporting of what I was doing have just been erased. And now he goes around and any chance he gets, he'll take his little swipe at Mr. Cox. Boy, subversion. Talk about internet commerce. Subversion. But I never wanted to make money off of my creation. This is my creation. Okay? That is my creation. Right here. And the reason why I can say that, okay, is because in 2005, I want to say, 2005, I was approached by a naturopathic student getting her doctorates or whatever, but she was writing her thesis, okay? And she was writing her thesis on sound healing from a naturopathic school in Oregon. And because of my successes in Portland, Oregon, as a underground production artist, and also I did some mainstream work also, and I was a freelancer. See, when I say freelancer, right, that means I do all types of work in the entertainment industry. I used to. But anyways, had some very good, successful, big events in Portland, and I was approached by this naturopathic student. She's like, I'd really like to sit down with you one day, have lunch, and pick your brain about my thesis. We're having some problems trying to figure out an equation. And I go, man, I'd love to help you out. Let's meet and talk. And we, within a day or two, we met up. And I just never forget that meeting. It was like mind-blowing on both sides. Like to mind blow a student, a doctorate student, okay, and me be mind blown on something else. Very interesting. So anyways, this student is doing her thesis on actually bilateral hemispheric synchronization, healing frequencies, DNA repair, and PTSD, so forth, right? Where they're studying the Monroe Institute thesis on separating fields, acoustic fields, and she had no idea how to do that in the audio side. They had the theorem on the actual numbers. They just didn't know how to apply it through audio. They didn't know how to separate the acoustic fields. And what's interesting is it took me literally a minute to think about it. And I was like, that's how you do it. And I told, and we both took a drink and go, oh my gosh. And she went her way, and I went mine. And there you go. What we're doing is helping people. Not trying to so much make money, right? Not making money. Does anyone see a PayPal link ever? No. I wanted to give my work away for free. Isn't that amazing? It's just amazing. I want to go back to this complaint wire. What's interesting is looking at this a little bit more, it actually looks like, why is this being written in like the third person or the second person? Boy, you know who does that too? That likes to write in the second and third person? Shady Fellowmon. Isn't that interesting? Interesting. So before people actually want to start labeling Mr. Cox all these subversive things, right? Racist and many, many, many other names. I wonder why. I mean, just to get me to go away, shut up. I mean, what is it, right? What is it and why? Well, it could be to steal ideas because creativity, right? Well, there's a few different levels of creativity, okay? And scratching the surface creativity. I'm gay. I'm gay. just hands-on creativity.
Oh yeah, isn't that? This is the way I want my white women. All right, just like that. Look at that. That's how I like my white women. Oh yeah, baby. Look at that. Oh baby. Oh.
Right, and to call me a racist, right? And I'm actually of Sicilian descent, right? Dutch Sicilian. Boy, so calling somebody else a dago that's not Italian from my comprehension anyway. I mean, I don't know. I haven't done any DNA analysis like Philemon has, going through people's chonies drawers and dirty clothes hampers, right? So forth, right? But it would almost be, saying somebody else is a dago would be saying that I'm actually a dago because I'm kind of a hairy guy, and when I'm out working, I'm kind of greasy. So calling me a racist for calling Yudi a dago, Urban Disciples a dago, when I meant it as a watcher on the wall from San Diego, and I even explained it to him like that, right? And this is just yesterday, right? Mr. Cox is called a racist. All of these slander campaigns, it seems like there's a little more there than just loser fairy and hate. Right? So going back around to the beginning here, right? Any of you Canadian shills that are, little attack muffins for guys like Schoenberger to shut down real artists and creative theorists and scientists, right? So you guys just can be LARPers on the internet and get your ad revenue, and so you can, run around your little muffin crew and give each other thumbs up and, say good things about each other. Dude, how can you really think? Seriously, how can you guys think that people don't see through your bullshit? But the problem here is, everyone, the sheep are more thick than the actual free thinkers. And the sheep are being ran by alphabet soup just for consumerism, your batteries, and sometimes, just like in Custer, General Custer, what he did to the Native Americans, democide, so forth, eventually, institutionalization. History's repeating itself, and people are too busy fighting each other on the internet over the most stupidest crap. You got guys in the background like Philemon and others, dinkuses, that are only little squid so the big shit show can continue on. And it's real sad to me, man. Social media wasn't supposed to be like that. Being ran by, right, these types of freaking losers. And, right, you little, what's going on there, huh? Well, why would a harasser and doxer, right? It's no big deal, right? Stalkers that got, criminal history. Why would anybody be worried about collaborative works with criminals? Right? the irony on the way that things go round and round, especially with the Canadians, right? I always kind of thought China was, it just smelled some shitty China all up in it, trying to help run people around. And dinkuses are trying to say that I work with Tommy Slow Burgers. Isn't that interesting? Has to say that I'm the one that works with this guy when I've been attacked by him and his whole crew just so I would either divulge, right? See, I think Zero failed. He wasn't able to get my studio, hardware, software lineup. Man, this is just scratching the surface. I could keep going. I hope some things popped out at other people where it makes sense. Thanks for checking this out. I'm gonna bail out of here, and maybe we'll do another one sometime soon. Going a little bit deeper on some of this stuff, right? Well, what's going on there? Let's do a little, let's do a little bit of fun. Let's have a little fun here, okay? You can find this article by searching the above there, the gov.us courts, or put in the case number there to search this document. It's too hard for me to drop the link to a PDF. I don't know how to do that. Have you felt recently that the trolling that might be going on in some of the, let's just say, subversion or videos out there, do you have the feeling that might be kind of evil? Some of the evil trolling and some of the crappiness out there in the interwebs. Well, let's go over this case, and right at the end here, we'll show you something that might pertain to that. The names well, the names do kind of matter in this case, okay? And here's the thing about all that, is that there's some tactic in here people might actually recognize that's being used on people. Okay, not going to go through that. You might be able to pause if you're really interested in some of this. Okay, accusations of this crazy stuff there. Alright. I'm going to be getting into it here in a second. Just need to kind of get to the right area here. Okay, we're not going to need to really go through that. You can pause right there, though, if you need to. If you want to. Smear campaign, huh? Oh, and right there, see, we don't want to be saying too many keywords right there, but was ran by Fitzgibbon along with his co-conspirators, Chavez and Schoenberger, which have actually split up and sued each other and so forth. Well, I don't know if they sued each other, but they've definitely taken each other to the court. Here's a strategy, if you really want to know about why some of the trolling is going on, and it might seem evil. And this is how counterinsurgencies happen, where somebody might need to be blasted, and they can hire somebody like Shadowbox. Doesn't matter, what the truth really is, I think, there. Although, see, if they're exposing truth, they wouldn't be in court. Okay, it's my opinion. And what else do we have here? Digital chaos. Oh, very interesting. See, and supposedly this Shadowbox strategy company has been rebranded, dissolved, and rebranded. So that might explain why some of the things, some of the trolling you might see is very evil. Cyber guerrilla tactics.
Oh yeah, I was interested why that word needed to be in there. Very interesting. But it's a build up. It's a build up. Oh, what we do. Designs. Oh, get him, Ben, time traveler. Designs crisis management, counterinsurgencies to debunk and hit back at malicious and defamatory online and media attacks to our clients. Or they'll arrange a slander campaign, kind of going the other way. Somebody that may have pissed off a politician like Harry Reid or something like that. Very interesting, huh? Chase phantoms. Want people to chase phantoms, rendering them exhausted and perplexed. Mr. Fitzgibbon befriended a woman by the name of Beth to assist with furthering the mission of Shadowbox. However, Shadowbox was only ever able to recruit 2 clients, and eventually the company was dissolved. Notwithstanding, Fitzgibbon convinced Beth that Raddick was a mole for the government and that Raddick had falsely accused Fitzgibbon of rape and recruited her to assist him in his efforts to threaten, harass, and retaliate. Oh, wow, yeah. Through social media. Fitzgibbon directed Beth to tweet phrases such as TikTok. Oh, I've had that before. I've seen that before, the TikTok stuff. Yup. I've had threats that have been sent to me through comments that I haven't even published with stuff like that. From Soc accounts. Bots. Droids. Some of these people, I mean, might be bot or droid, you don't know, in your chat room. Smear and sabotage. Very interesting. Limited to the following. Conversation with Fitzgibbon asked Beth to look at Raddick's Facebook page because he was blocked, and then replied, "It's serious, makes me wonder if I'm really evil." Interesting, huh? Well, what I find interesting is a company like this to be able to cruise through the interwebs, right? Redesigned by certain public figures on the screw tube, right? And that use the Twitter as a weapon, okay? And when they need to do these smear campaigns, I wonder if they're getting permission or the good graces from YouTube or Google to do that. I would think so. Everybody have a good day. Thanks to Jess for his videos yesterday. I wouldn't have kind of picked up on this and dug a little bit deeper. Okay, if you really want to keep going through that, see, there's more there. We'll just kind of cruise through it real quick. Okay, that's really what I wanted to go through. Interesting that these couple of these emails have come up in the last couple of days, right? Oh, it was beyond pale and or possibly illegal. Why would YouTube allow this stuff to go on their platform and not maybe block people that are doing it? Oh, right. All right. You guys can check the rest of this out. Go ahead and search it. Thanks for checking this out. Peace out. Blessings. Have a good day.
What happened? I'm gonna enjoy it. It's gonna be a big relief off of my back. Because once that happens, I don't need it anymore because I don't need to anymore. I'm just gonna be fucking walk away from your ass. You can say whatever the fuck you want, and everybody's gonna know how stupid you are. Anybody that fucking stands behind you, I'm gonna troll them too. Because they're fucking obviously fucking stupid as well. And I'll find out all the dirt on them and I'll expose their asses too. You know what? Just call me Tony. I love you, Tony. Sorry what happened.
Thank God he's a nice fucking God, bitches. You keep doing this shit to men, playing with your fucking pussy, weaponizing your children, and using them as fish bait.
Me too, Ederan.
That's sick shit.
I would never talk like this, Ederan.
Fish bait.
This is sick shit.
That's fucked up shit. You ain't nothing.
Oh, he contacts tomorrow, right? Ooh. Did I say something I shouldn't have? See, I don't care. I'm here to be here. I'm not here to troll or to LARP. Good luck with all that, everybody.
How do you believe that stuff? How do you get to the point in your life?
It's not false reporting, Becky, when if Twitter agrees and removes it. If you're not violating the terms of service, they don't remove your tweet. Doesn't matter how many times somebody reports. If you're not violating terms of service, they don't remove it.
Yeah, Becky,
I know you're stupid, Becky, but come on.
Becky, I'm not removing your content. All I'm doing is informing them of what you're doing.
So she's watching us live right now. Yeah, I shared your Twitter link. I tell people to open flags, you know what, you're what? You shouldn't be calling people pedos. You shouldn't be using racial slurs. You shouldn't be tagging the KKK in your fucking tweets and naming people. You shouldn't be doing that, Becky. You shouldn't be going after people's things. You shouldn't be stealing people's content and uploading it on Twitter. Then maybe you don't get DMCA filed on you on Twitter. Maybe you don't lose your tweet. You get locked out of your account so you remove the offending content. I'm just saying, it's not rocket science. Figure it out, Becky.
Jesus. Yeah, none of this shit is like rocket surgery. Yeah, it's
No
not.
brain surgery. No, I know. She's stupid. She's an idiot. You're an idiot, Becky. You're hardly worth the breath that I've wasted on talking about you.
I'm saying, that's how I'm going to handle it from this point forward. Every time she says something, every time she tweets something, it's getting reported. If Twitter thinks she's breaking the rules, Twitter will remove the content. If they don't, they'll leave it up. If you got a problem with me reporting it to Twitter and Twitter removing it, you should consider what you're posting before you post it. That's all I'm saying. Only common sense. I know it's hard, but I want you to think a little bit. I know it hurts. You're coming off like Kelly Bundy out of that. Kelly Bundy is not the fucking hooks. No redeeming qualities. I got an idea. How about you get off all this trolling bullshit and just do videos about horses and shit? You obviously like horses. I think horses are cool. I don't like them because I don't think that it's that animal's purpose to carry me around on its back. You apparently don't respect them like I do. I've actually gone on horseback rides before where I've actually left beside the horse. And you know what? Me and the horse had a great time just walking through the damn woods. I like to think that the horse appreciated me not using him as a fucking ride. I don't know.
I'm working with Thomas because Schoenberger came in my account, and I don't even, does anybody even know for real if that's him or not? Please speak up if you know if it's him for real. Does anyone know, since my name's cloned all the time, if one of you guys didn't clone that name to come in here just to say that he came into my chat? Or maybe another woman that talks to him a lot would have did that?
ATF has not been at my door yet. I don't know what the fuck happened.
They got lost.
They got lost.
They got lost just like the Ohio Attorney General did.
Yeah. This reminds me of the back and forth with Denise McCall.
48 hours before it blows up. Now, Aaron Cox, everyone sees him everywhere recruiting people. He uses his auditor game with the Cox thing. He uses that to recruit people and train them. Getting back to Agent 19, Agent 19 runs a gun range.
And was a lot more vicious and brutal with Denise McCullough. I really was. I was extremely brutal with Denise McCullough. And knowing what I know about her now, if I had caught on a little bit sooner as to how mentally ill she really was, I would have handled that whole situation differently. I really would. I actually feel bad for Denise McCullough. I know there are people out there hate her guts. I get it. That's done horrible, nasty, horrific things to people that. And she hasn't been able to do those things to me because she doesn't know who I am. But I feel kind of sorry for her.
Now she works as a freelance blackmail doxer.
I wish that she was. I wish that she was.
So sorry for her.
I wish that she was better. And you know what, Becky? There's a reason why I'm not sitting here and making fun of your appearance and being disgusting and like just blatantly picking on you. There's a reason why I am this reserved. It's because I have learned in the past. Okay?
Oh, Becky says she's filing a protective order against you. For what, Becky? I've never threatened you.
Well, hold on. It's not, Becky, it's, I hope that you'll get better. That's all.
Now, Clark County, Ohio Sheriff's Department has just been given the link to this show. The FBI have been informed, and ATF have been informed.
You can't file a protective order if you don't have proof that somebody's making threats against you. And I can file a protective order against you for going after my kids. So how about we play that?
She's not going to file a protective order against you. She can't.
You don't even know where I live, Becky.
Katie, an attorney's not going to, no. There's been no threat. You've not, no.
No, I've never threatened her, ever. I don't threaten people.
She's going to take that into an attorney's office. You know what we're going to do? Maybe you should take a break.
Well, I have an all live recorder where she's been tweeting about me and calling me a murderer and claiming I'm part of the 222 Smileys and claiming that I'm some, and all the live streams with her and Lee Delton plotting to come after you and me in Monograph. Yeah, I got that, Becky. And your false claims claiming that I supposedly gave your son's docs to Kim Arnett. Never did that. I never did that. You saying I prank phone called you. I never prank phone. I never called your house. I don't know your fucking number. I don't even know your address. I didn't even know you had a son.
Hold on a second. She says, Katie, I'll send you these Twitter. No, Katie, don't bring your haters here to come at me. Stop instigating hate files for me. Noted. She just posted in an outside check all that will do H19 briefing. Look, Becky, 100,000 people can flag your Twitter account. The algorithm will look at it. If there's no violation, this people say.
Oh, Tiffany, a walk happened. I went off.
Hold on. She's not sending people over there to harass you. She said that if they wanted to report you, they could.
Yeah, you're putting Reese's name on there. You're putting Aaron's name on there.
Hold on. You might even pick up a few followers because there are 40 people watching here. I guarantee you half of them hate my fucking guts.
And I'm thinking, wow, the AI is learning what we're talking about. So anyway, yeah, creepy. The thing is, these people actually believe, because you hear the thing about the lower vibrations. You hear the same stuff from that terrorist Aaron Cox.
You might even get some followers out of it. So why don't you chill the fuck out? Just calm down. Relax.
You might get people who might respond to your excessive tweets.
Does anybody here doubt that half the people, there are 40 people watching, does anybody doubt that probably of them hate my guts?
So, but it doesn't matter when you're exploiting love-hungry cougars to spread your terrorism around. He is a LARPer, and he hangs out with LARPers. I'm not a LARPer, but they're out there, and hopefully conversations with them help people see what makes a LARPer.
Does anybody doubt that?
Well, Becky, you know what? When you're on a social media platform that's public. Your Twitter account's public.
Yeah,
Public domain. Me posting a link to a public domain is not stalking you.
Oh, and Becky, my screen. So, guess what? It's mine.
You posted my first name and you called me Miss Childers. You put my last name in the same tweet. You put my first name. I have all your tweets recorded, every one of them before they were taken down by Twitter. I have every tweet you have ever made with everyone's name. People might think you have a problem, Becky, because you obviously have some problem with self-control.
Aaron, why don't you come in with more socks?
Oh.
Come on.
I'll show you the socks that I got going on. Right here. Yeah, been just kicking back, listening, all of a sudden I'm getting blamed for shit, and then here's your influencer. Here's your influencer right here. Okay, let's get rid of this. Data collector. Influencer. Right? And your data collector sometimes becomes your influencer to blame shit on other people without any proof. And isn't that fun? Right? Not even a body language analysis or an IP or a PI. Just a straight up. One more time.
Feel that work?
And I'm just chilling.
Aaron, why don't you come in with more socks?
I don't see anything hot your helpline in there, do you? Right? Just out here kicking by the fire, just get some tricky legs up on this fire pit. One more time. Holy crap. There you go.
Like you're moving your shit everywhere.
She just did that a little bit ago, and I actually reported that one. And I put your full name in there. Yeah. When you had Agent 19 all over your Twitter, guess what? I'm gonna have you all over my YouTube. You can contact an attorney all you want. First thing an attorney's gonna tell you if you're trying to get a protection order is to cease and desist. First all contact and do not engage. The first thing they're gonna tell you. That's how I know that you're not speaking with an attorney right now. That's how I know you're not speaking with law enforcement right now. Because the first thing they'll tell you is do not engage with this person. And if this person continues, then you'll have a case. But if you continue to engage that person, that's a tit for tat. It's actually a legal term.
You know what, Becky, I'm just going to say this. Malibu should be glad you're around because you have unseated her as the craziest, most unstable bitch on YouTube you're around. So Malibu should buy you a drink or something for that.
I mean, well, you got Denise is over there. She's pretty good. But, I mean, Denise Mattel. I know that we had an issue because somebody in the outside stream and the outside chat named Denise just happened to be named Denise and thought I was talking about her one time. Not time I think I'm not Denise. True. First thing they're going to tell you to do is to stop engaging. And if you're going to continue to engage, they're going to tell you that you don't have a case.
Well, see, let me put it to you this way, Becky. I wasn't going to engage you. But then I was made aware that you were over on October Rain. You were going to Monograph talking about me and tweeting to him about me. So I had the right to respond to you. And you were going over there trying to get Monograph to come at me and Agent 19, not telling Monograph that you've been trashing him and calling him a terrorist, and you've been claiming that you were going to get a RICO case against him, and you were claiming that what else was it? That he pushed Justin Hess over the edge with Agent 19. All the bullshit you claimed, Becky. But you went over to Monograph, trying to gaslight Monograph to come at me and Agent 19. So you're goddamn right I responded to you. If you don't want me to respond to you and you don't want my attention, then don't mention me. If you don't mention me, I don't have to mention you. How is that?
That's a novel idea. Oh, by the way, once your Twitter's gone, I'm not going to respond to you unless you create another one starting. Then I will continue. And I will continue to report you. And if you create another YouTube channel, or if you return to the one that you already had, the Blazing Star, and you continue this shit there, I will report that. I will.
Oh God, here I thought we were going to do a live stream tonight. Just whatever, you know. I'm sorry, my blood is just, I don't have any patience for dumb people.
You gotta consider what's going on with her, who she is. Right. That's why I'm not making fun of her. That's why I'm not calling her like names and things. She's insane. She has a problem. She can't.
I mean, I'm telling you what, she doesn't make any sense.
You can talk to somebody who's going to help her stop. That's why I'm reporting her Twitter. When her YouTube channel came down, I thought, well, maybe she's going to see that as an opportunity to take a break for a little while and then come back and create another YouTube account. No, she goes straight into Twitter and tries to keep going. And now her Twitter's going to come down. And then once she going to create another Twitter, create another YouTube account, they'll come down soon. It's a vicious circle. Who else had to leave YouTube and go to Twitter? Denise Mattel. I haven't gone over to Denise Mattel's Twitter account yet. I can make that decision at any point in time. You know what her Twitter tries to come down to.
The reason her YouTube channel was because she had some name as her screen name of her account.
You want to talk about doxing? We got screen caps of an account with your name on it, with your videos on it, with your voice on somebody else's name.
Susan Taco's real name, yeah.
What's up with that? I thought you were against doxing. Okay. Yeah, if that account's gone, if you create another one, it'll be gone too. And your Twitter account's going to be gone. I will continue until your Twitter account is gone or you stop. If you take the tweets down and stop, guess what? All of my live streams go private every night. Part of the reason is because I know people like to flag them. Right. Another reason is once hostilities, I'm going to delete a whole bunch of videos. You know how much of a pain in the ass that is to go back and find all these videos after I've SEO'd somebody? It's a pain in the ass. It takes a while, Sam.
Yeah, but you'll be hard pressed to find any YouTube videos I've made about you because I've made none.
I haven't made any about it either. I do live streams. They come down every night because every one of my live streams are messaged directly to you, Becky. They're not messages to everybody else. They're not put up there for public consumption. So, you know, community will. I'm not tagging your community. I'm not trying to make your life more difficult. I am trying to get through what I'm trying. And you know, maybe it's in my nature to try to find good in people, to try to
read her about section. Somebody said for you to go read her about section on her Twitter.
He said something about, I think it said something about cyberstalkers are mean or something, and I'm mean too.
No, it's on her Blazing Star channel on YouTube. I mean,
on the Blazing Star, well,
remember, Becky, you woke up today, well, you got up this afternoon because God knows you never sleep. You probably sleep all day and are up all night long because you're up all night tweeting and on live streams crying about what a victim you are. But you tweeted about me to October Ring, the monograph.
This is weird. Check this out. My golden rules. People's kids and families are off limits to all. Period. I don't tolerate abuse of men or women. And why were you posting comments to Katie's son?
And Clovis's daughter.
Why were you doing that?
Yeah, why were you putting Clovis's daughter's name and my son's name out there? Why? If you're against going at families and kids, but yet you do it. You did it to me.
And are you locked out of that account or something? I'm just wondering why nothing. Are you locked out of the account?
Check the other one. The link in the outside chat said YOLO drop. Check that one out.
I think that's the one that I just looked at.
No, they said it was a different one. Apparently she has more than one blazing star on YouTube.
That's the one I was just looking at. About, like old ones, yeah. That's what I was just looking at. That's right. It's just bizarre that people are this fixated. It's like, I don't know if it's just like maybe some OCD going on there. Look, she's obviously not happy.
Yeah.
Obviously hasn't been happy for a very long time. And nobody, and yes, I am including you, Becky, and Denise Mattel, and everyone, nobody should have to live like that. Seek treatment. Once you seek treatment, I'm telling you, once you do it, I've known a few people online who have gone and sought treatment, and when they did, things turned. The worm really turned for them, and their life got better. Katie knows one. I'm not going to say his name.
I do.
Got better, and I'm so fucking happy for that man. The vicious fights that we had back and forth years ago, I am so fucking happy for that man. I can't even fucking express it. I can't. Right? This is not about hurting you, Becky. It never was.
I don't care about
Hold on. I've got to finish this. I've got to get this out. Becky, I don't even fish with live bait. Yeah, I got a lot of guns. I don't like killing things. I don't like killing things. I don't. I believe that all life is sacred and that life is not mine. I'm not a vegan, don't get me wrong. And I will kill and hunt for food. I have fished and we have eaten them. We're going to eat them, yes. But out of necessity. I'm not the guy who's going to be walking down the sidewalk and see a spider and step on it just because I don't like spiders. I am not that guy. Never have been. Never will be. That is not me. That is not who I am. And I know when with the whole Agent 19 stuff and the Cancer Man calling Palpo stuff, yeah, I put a persona forward when dealing with trolls. Because they had to believe that I was the most vicious, ruthless, horrific, cold-blooded human being they'd ever met. I had to come off cold, calculating, and ruthless. The reason for that was some people only understand that. And I do not believe, Becky, that you are one of those people. You love horses. I've seen that you love horses. I know that you know what I'm talking about. You're having issues with these other people. Step away from it for a little bit, for Christ's sakes. Step away for it for a little bit and reflect on what happened, why it's happening, what you can change. I can't promise you that it's all going to stop, but I can promise you this. Me and Katie will. I can see everything.
I don't appreciate this, Becky.
Hold on. Becky, if you stop engaging with us, there's no reason for us to engage with you. There's no reason.
No reason, exactly.
You don't see me sitting up here like James D. making disgusting comments about your feminine parts. You don't see me doing that. But yet you are not nearly as angry with James D. as you are with me. Why? Some of the horrible things that man said to you. Some of the horrific and horrible things that they said to you on his family. And you're coming at me why? Is it because those people offered you a deal to go and meet it? Is that what's going on?
I think that's exactly what's happening, and I think it's Lee Beltman that's doing it. He's offering to help her and stuff and pretending to be her friend, and
I'm not here to hurt you. I am not here to hurt you. I'm here to do my streams and do whatever the hell we do, whatever we talk about. This ridiculous thing that you see here, right? Which is kind of cool. But this flag here, this is the kind of stuff that I like. Some of the things that I've seen and some of the places that I've been, you know, this is useless. It's useless. And you know, we've seen the end of this tunnel, to quote Walter Cronkite. We've seen the end of this tunnel, and there is no light there. It leads to one place. It never ends. It's Pandora's box. I learned that, you know, going after trolls with money for the better part of a decade. 9 years. You open the box, there's another one inside, there's another one inside, there's another one inside. You go through these trolls, you got the 400 and something. 400. There's always more. Always more. At what point are you going to decide that it's going to end, or I'm going to be doing this on my deathbed?
well,
I'm not going to do this on my deathbed.
I want to address her real quick on something.
Yeah.
Becky, when I first met you, I came across you a couple years ago, I believe. We always got along fine. I never had a problem with you. You were one of the very few people that saw some of the things that was being done to my family, and you defended me, and you did, and you were very vocal about that, and I was always very appreciative to you about that. So I was really shocked when you mentioned my son's name, because that's not the person that I thought you were. I am sorry that if people really did go after your family the way you say they did, I'm sorry that happened to you. But it wasn't me that did it. I haven't done that to you. I've not called your house. I've never gone after any member of your family. I don't even know where the fuck you live. I don't care. I haven't even looked into you. So I'm not real sure why you have this vested interest all of a sudden out of nowhere to come at me in Agent 19. It just seems to me like the two biggest people that you're maddest at are two people who never did that to you. You claim all these other people did this stuff to you, but you're mainly going at me in Agent 19.
I don't think James D did that stuff to her.
I don't think so. I've never known James to go after kids or family, no.
You've heard James D on his panel, though, talking to her. So that he says, now, mind you, she was flying off the handle and getting irate and kicking fights for everybody, but at the same time, you know, he said some pretty nasty things. Right.
I'm not sure what happened. I just came into that stream, you know, that kind of thing. I think it had something to do with Urban putting an image of it. I think it had something to do with that. I don't know. Like I said, it didn't involve me. I don't want people's panels that I like and that I get along with and that I have good conversation with. That's whose panels I go on.
Something else going on here too, because I don't know if she's like standing up for Urban Disciple, but Urban Disciple doesn't seem to have much to say. He's not saying anything. And so I'm not saying anything back. My response to Urban Disciple on the Crazy Girl thing is on my channel right now. He claimed that girl made comments and recorded a video and audio saying that I was this or that, and I proved him that it was a hoax. And I showed him the guys who did, who admitted to doing it. You know what? That's that.
I can talk and be social because I'm an adult. That's why I had to hurry up and get it out earlier, because it wasn't adulting up here. Well, we all know you don't give too much of a toss, Jolly. As long as you can use other people to get to your agenda, right, Jolly? That's the feeling I got from you. There's a Colleen remark. What up, Buzz? I'm still lost. I'm like, I've known what Jolly's been through. I have no problem with her. And now she's coming at me. Yep, I did, Jolly. Tell her to stop being a bitch. I said, yep, I said, hi, you want to make a mountain out of sand? Go ahead and try. Jolly, I don't care if I know a fraction of it. What'd you do? Just kind of use me to try to... What the fuck, man? What is your issue? For Colleen, I was in with you guys. Oh, this really looks like it. Oh, well, come accommodate me, Jolly. Are you there yet? You're not there yet, Jolly. Hey, Charles. Merry Christmas to you. Hope you and yours have a Merry Christmas. You're not... I dropped the link. I know you're listening, Jolly. Oh, you're involved, but we can keep going. Oh, because I talked about Clovis? What's that got to do? Are you white knighting for Clovis now? I don't understand.
I don't understand how this is going to continue when people do what they do and they want everyone to understand their side, but they're not using common sense to prove that they're trying to make it stop.
What's Yahoo got to do with this? What does the Yahoo chat's got to do with this? Nothing. Irrelevant.
Who said anything about Yahoo? The burnt lizard. Okay. I only one that knows about my Yahoo chats would be Cheese. That's why I call it from now on, Cheese.
Or Yahoo chats or the
No. The entrapment. Well, let me explain it to you. Hold on. The entrapment. Let me explain it to you, Brenda. So the people that do hunt pedophiles understand this. I had a group on the internet. Let me say before I get interrupted, so this stops. Okay? Brenda's the only one that said that I entrapped men on Yahoo chat. We were a pedophile hunting group. We got people arrested. Yes, there were some in the group that shut their computers down. If I could save one child that night, I called it doing something good. But I entrapped those sick son of a bitches, which, mind you, it wasn't a trap when they asked for people to turn on their cams and watch them do filthy things to themselves. But that was entrapment. The only person that ever used that on me, the entrapment shit, was Brenda. Thanks for bringing your sock puppet in here and being so transparent, Brenda. Fuck you. And I'll tell you that in court. Oh, yes, I will.
Oh, but you have a lot to say in here. But when you actually have to be held accountable for what you're trying to spew in here about me? Did you call bitch? Go try bull bait somewhere else? Jolly, you're the one that came into this chat room where we were talking. Starting your crap. This is absolutely hilarious. Even joke. Maybe you are. Fuck. I'm telling you what. Merry Christmas, Daddy. Merry Christmas, Charles. Are you stalking home with care? I hope so. We're stalking home with care here. I have traveled several places this year. Grandbabies want to wake up in their homes, and we need to be there for their Christmas, so we'll be over at their house early in the morning. Come on, Jolly. I can't believe you just pulled crap like that.
Yeah, that someone might be jolly, Joker. I've actually had enough of it. You guys kind of came in, tried to use and abuse, get the information you needed, the end that you needed, and then you hid. Like I said, if you can't ride the storm, don't enter the storm. You got your own personal agendas. I get it. You got stuff going on with your life. Jolly, I don't even know. Never had any issue with you until right now. Brenda, you'll have to unban her. I banned her. I'm leaving. Take my rent. What is your problem? What's your problem, girl? Your problem. Oh, okay, do you want to make a mountain out of a molehill? First of all, get original material, Joker. And second of all, it's Jolly that's making the mountain out of a molehill. I think I just showed all the comments. Wait. Are you gonna get triggered if you hit the link? You can only type. Don't fuck with me anymore. Done with being fucked with. Fuck's sake. Oh wait, how you doing?
I'm gonna try to be a civilized one right now.
You go ahead and try it. You go ahead.
So all the problems with Scotty and Angela and all them, it's not a problem for me. Good to know. Blazing, you want to keep going down this stuff?
No, well, we did this stuff before. This follows Aaron V and Zero Around and other people. I've seen this plenty times. The thing is, I'm actually tracking these IP addresses because I'm a confidential informant for the FBI. I also work for Team Google.
No, what the hell is going on? Explain to me what just happened.
Stop being so triggered and I might think about being nice again.
You know what? Don't fucking give me options like that. Fuck you.
No, go ahead, say fuck you to me more.
I'm trying to be triggered, and maybe I'll think about being nice to you again. Are you seriously?
All the shit that I've had to put up with from Tomorrow fucking Wolf and many fucking more. You think I'm fucking playing with you?
So I didn't want to be like that. I wanted to try to grow up, I guess. You know, it sucks that I'm 49 trying to grow up, but you know, some of us are late bloomers.
Oh, because I said hi to Tomorrow Wolf for the first time in my life today? Oh my God.
You know what she's done for over 3 fucking years.
Oh, but you talked to Colleen Kokar and
I talked to Colleen Kokar and Scotty Karate and Mike and many others with FK and Freddie and OG1 to Kobe and the many, many more, Blazing. You want to keep...
And trying to 3 in the BDSM horse pony slave, yeah, when you were in the fucking Freddie and them.
And Monograph and Agent 19 and Katie and many, many more. I can keep going. They call me name dropper, don't they? They make stock accounts in my name.
You can drop all the names you want up here, Joker, because you know what? I actually agree with the majority of the shit you say. I don't even fucking know what happened.
Scream about me just the other day, calling me crazy. Yeah, Brenda did that. But that's
well,
okay.
I have no clue about it. Am I supposed to know everything about everyone?
That's okay to do. And then you're gonna mix up all this stuff with the Fango and Uni Rock and many, many more. Go ahead.
Oh my gosh, you're the one mixing up. I have no clue that Brenda even said something about you guys. First of all,
don't fucking lie, Blazing. Like, I don't give a shit if you want to run around.
Hey, wait a minute, Jolly. First of all, I don't fucking lie. I did speak the truth to you. Fuck you, bitch.
Don't you try to
step down.
like that.
You can step down.
Relax. You're crossing and jumping over each other.
How do you believe that stuff? How do you get to the point in your life? Where you're stuck in this thing called the prison of belief.
I kicked her ass until she can act like an adult on my panel.
Was being nice. She was acting like
fuck off. She thinks I'm lying because I didn't hear her live stream.
Oh yeah, let's just forget what Tam said about her kid. Go ahead, Becky.
No, she just said that I was lying about not hearing that Brenda called you guys something. I don't even fucking know what she's talking about. I'm not
Again, I got those screenshots to prove everything I'm saying.
Do it.
So you want to be
I don't even know what the fuck she's talking about. And know when it was said in the live stream and when I entered in a live stream. That's it.
Well, I'm sorry the problems with the Aspen Education Group connecting to Tier, Joyce, and Denise is going to be such a problem for everybody now.
Who's it going to be a problem for? Not me.
We'll see. Seems like everyone's going to court, right? Court.
Aren't you the one that wanted me to go to court too?
I'm waiting for a lot of people to file.
We've been waiting for a lot of people to file too.
Yeah,
Same here.
But you're being disrespectful and rude to a person who's been doxxed, slandered, and defamed for over 4 years by more than Aiken and Colleen and many other names.
I have for 6.
So again, and here Joy says 5 years and Tam says 4.5 years with 8 different.
Don't come up here and tell me I'm lying, Jolly, or I'll beat your ass again because I'm not
Don't
lying
threaten
to
her
you.
one more time. You threaten her one more time, I'll see you in fucking court.
Jolly, you come up here and say I'm lying when I'm not. I'll beat your ass again.
All right,
You didn't beat my ass, you
Polly,
fucking
Polly, let
coward.
me handle this.
This
Let
is
me
what
handle
you...
this. Let me handle this. When it comes to all this stuff,
okay.
you want to be disrespectful and start laughing now, that's fine. I'm so used to women being disrespectful to men online. It's
If you were
hilarious.
smart, you would ask me to go private so this could be settled before you do
I
make
have
a
no
mountain out of
problem
it.
with this being
Or you can
public.
keep making it a mountain.
Out of a molehill and
No,
Robert David.
you've made it a mountain now, sweetheart.
Yeah, let's talk about Robert David.
No, you did publicly over there, Jolly, with your little sister tantrum that you had to throw.
Billy, the trucker convoy, Lavoy Finicum. You want me to keep going? Because I can do this all day, every day.
Keep going. What am I involved in and what am I doing wrong? What you got me on, Lee?
Flip-flopping.
Flip-flopping for what? Finding out the Bundys was a honeypot and realizing I shouldn't be supporting it?
They were sad fishing the honey pot and flirty fishing and love bombing. Yeah, that's what they do.
I was never with Pete Santilli. Try again. You gonna play a Colinko card? I was never with Stuart Rose.
Was I? I wasn't with any group. I didn't run around for 4.5 years saying I was being a targeted individual getting banged. Court.
McCarran. I never met Dr. Aquino. That was Dan Cromer, a.k.a. Lepo, who interviewed Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino. Why don't you go ask Lepo about Aquino and leave me out of it? You can go ask the Pangolin and know them about the Temple of Set. I don't like people who are Setians or Satanists, OJ and McCarran. Are you one of those people? Is that what you're trying to say now? Oh, that's right. You all were triggered because I was in that chat room trolling them that day. What?
Oh, okay, so I can tell where this stems from. This was about Tamara, because Tamara was in my chat and I said hi. Well, where have you guys been for the last several months?
The last several months, I don't know. I've been in and out of hospital half a dozen times and got sick and tired of dealing with all this stupid.
Oh, but Jolly, are you
No,
lying? You must have really saw it all happen. You must have really saw it all happen.
Yeah, so here's the key. We cannot reveal publicly the information that we have on some of these.
And how does it connect to zero infinity and Agent 19? How does it all connect to zero infinity and Agent 19?
Yeah, so here's the key. We cannot reveal publicly the information that we have on some of these channels. We've been collecting it for some time and behind the scenes, but we're not going to release the information just yet. These people can't know that we know about what they've been up to. So that's the key, people. You know, we don't want these people being keyed in to the information that we've already collected at this point, because we've already infiltrated several of the different groups.
And Doxgate with random rants of Ryan and FK Pretty, OG1, China Duck, Jamie Deluxe, Unirock the Fango. I can keep going.
And you can't see that I can do my own thing and figure things out. You gotta think that I've fallen off the edge and went to the dark side or something, right?
Oh, are you a Dark Lord practitioner now, working with the Fifth Lords?
And if we were to reveal what we have now, they would probably be suspicious of some of the new avatars that have shown up in their circles. And we don't want to do that at this point. So the GDL, a lot of these different newer circles of anti-Zionist YouTube channels We have the infiltration already in full effect to the point where we're trusted at this point in those circles. So we want to keep the trust going. We do not want them knowing what we have on them at this point.
Stop it. Lee, you know what? Lee, I don't play as dirty as you. I can't go as dark as you.
Hang on, as dirty
I never met Dr. Aquino.
Saying you know I'm a legit
I'm here and he never played dirty. I swear to God.
Oh my God, shut the fuck up, Jolly. What are you talking about?
We were torn you people apart months ago. So don't even go down that road.
Who are you people, Jolly?
You people are
Who are my people?
Who are you people? You tore you people months apart months ago? When did you tear me apart? I'm asking you. One at a fucking time. Hey, Triggered! You're jumping slowly.
Who's triggered, sweetheart? Not me.
I'm trying to get one of you to shut up so only one's talking.
What?
Who did you said you tore you people up? A long time ago.
I didn't. I
Jolly,
said.
answer that. Who are you
deaf
people?
as well as stupid? Seriously, Blaze, are you deaf as well as stupid? I said, you're doing things that people are accusing us of, and the things that you run around half-cocked on, you know, I would say that, if we were doing half of that, we would
Explain when I'm running around
and your mates months ago.
What are you talking about?
We were torn you people apart months ago. So don't even go down that road.
Who are you people, Jolly?
People who are claiming to try to help you. Everybody's talking.
You really don't. You don't understand the nature of the
friends for 4 years. That close to cold. So, would you trust me? You didn't trust Lloyd? Lloyd got thrown under the motherfucking bus. He did. Like I did.
I want to back out of this conversation because I know you don't see what's going on.
The point is, Denise, you are a very articulate, smart woman. But ridiculous amount of facts at the table.
You know,
talk about Denise, mad cow.
What have I did, Jolly? What's so wrong with me? What's so bad about me? What did I do wrong to you or yours?
Are you gonna stop going off half-cocked? Or are you gonna listen?
No, you guys are going out half-cocked over tomorrow. We're coming in my chat and me telling her hi, and that's really where you guys
she's
do
reading your fucking chat. I'm not an obsessed lunatic. I don't need to watch 15 hours a day, you know, all day, every day, looking for places where I can go and try and gaslight and bullbait people. I'm sorry.
What are you talking about? I have just did 2 lives recently. I haven't even been doing live streams.
Can't get a word in edgewise over here.
Go ahead, Lee.
You know what gaslighting is?
Yeah. What I think just happened in Brenda's room by Jolly.
Okay, I could be allowed to continue.
Gaslight, yeah.
Excuse me. What's the safe word? What's the safe word next?
Okay.
Okay, so what
Oh, fuck you.
Okay, so he's not going to help out anybody in this present moment.
Yeah, Jolly needs to bounce. She can't control her temper.
You're the one who's not being civilized or nice right now. I'm still trying to fucking talk over here. You know what a great
So is Jolly's talking too, so you know what? Notice this is public. It's not like a private stream. Other people are listening and can see what's happening.
Good. Well, they can. Again, I'm still trying to talk over here. When it comes to people using tactics to try to trigger people, like baiting them, using bull baiting techniques, what happens? Am I gone?
Blazer, come on, Blazer, tell us what happened.
Come on, girl. Come on, girl. Tell us what happened.
Hey, girl. Somebody call you girl over and over again. Girl, how you doing, girl? How's your ponies doing? How's your pig slaughtering doing? I can keep talking if you want me to be rude and disrespectful. We can go down this path forever.
She's the one that tried to call me like a dog.
Again,
Come
you're
on,
calling
Blazin'.
girl
Come
over
on,
and over
Blazin'.
again. That's disrespectful and rude. Do you get that calling her girl disrespectful and rude yet? Or do I need to start calling you a crispy
Oh,
critter.
why didn't she say that when I talked to her privately, when she sent me a message and I would say, hey girl, I do that to everybody.
Trust the plan. Trust
Try
the plan.
again, try again.
Okay, what would you like to
She
do?
didn't have a problem with it now, but she has, or then, but she has a problem with it now.
You're the only one who's upset right now, dear. Sorry.
No. I think I'm fine. I think it's Jolly who was upset. I don't even think you were upset.
But I do have.
I don't even understand what the heck went on, and you guys made a fool out of yourselves up here.
With a fucking wrench, and I query whether it's actually you. And I think, when she actually acknowledges and says hi, I'll say hi, because I wasn't sure it was you. I never thought in a million years that you would be such a...
All I said was, okay, you're gonna ignore me. I don't know what's what, because when you guys left me, Jolly, you were in here mourning for me. And when the heat, okay, you both left, didn't say a word.
Why am I defending Brenda? Think about it.
She's gonna come in because they're flipping you. They're flipping you. It's
Well, no, Sesh is not. Dude, you're not gonna flip me. I've been at this for fucking 5 years. Hardcore. Nobody's gonna flip me. But when you make a statement that Lori and Brenda are together, that's ludicrous. Because they hate each other. They're not together. See what I'm saying?
They're both actresses.
Like, let the young buck help you just a little bit, because you've helped me this much. I just want to, making connections like that is ludicrous. Just like when you were trying to make a connection between me and Monograph. That's ludicrous. The guy called the cops to my house. My family, my kids, my dog, my pets, me are getting visited by the police because of this guy. And you're trying to connect us. There's no connection there. And there's no connection between Lori and Brett.
The only time I LARP is when it's the truth. Man, I only LARP for truth. The only time I LARP is when it's the truth.
Anybody. You saw the video that Colleen made. Nobody said a word. I haven't seen eye nor hair of you guys since. And then you're going to come in and wonder why I'm wondering if you're ignoring me or not. And then you're going to make a mountain out of a molehill until I go live.
For 4 years. If you comprehend that we might be a little pissed off that for 4 years we've been getting dragged because of the Boston dead folks and the suicide scrolls, all those other people. I'm trying my best to explain it to people every freaking day.
You don't get it. I understood. I understand it.
It next to Aspen Education Group. And
yes, it does.
And people don't get that.
And Denise Matteau and her sister. Yes, I do know.
You know that. You know that. Now comprehend that not everybody in the room knows that. Not everybody was involved with the Synanon cult, the Sea-Doo schools. So I have to mute up. I'll be back in a minute. I gotta take a phone call.
So, Lisa Lake, you gonna block me and then come in here after you block me?
Blocked me earlier.
I think what you just did was we both triggered over something that you didn't know who I was. I assumed that you.
But I wasn't triggered. You were.
Jolly, do you want to go back to the screen
you can do
and see who was triggered? Do you want to go back to this and see who was triggered?
You can go back on your life, sweetheart. I don't really give a shit. I know you think you're the center of the fucking universe, but you're really not. At this point,
what did you just say? You think I'm the center of the universe, but you're really not? Are you seriously here to just dog on me and have a win up here? Is that what you're trying to do, Jolly? Or is that seriously the whole fake move you're trying to do now?
I would start. I haven't started with you, Blazin. Believe me, you don't want me to.
Why would you need to? What have I did to you? I've never tried to harm you. I've only tried to protect you.
God damn, relax.
And now you're being a bitch to me. Straight up bitch, Jolly.
You want me to be a bitch? I'll show you what a fucking bitch is, sweetheart.
Oh, is that a threat? Show me your
No, it's not a
Dolly.
fucking threat. Jesus
Show me your
Christ.
Show me the guy that passed away that's in the
Show me
gang.
the proof.
Show me who you hang with. Show
Show
me
me
the
the
murderers, Dolly, that you know. You want to go there say to me? Line. Show me the murderers that you know. Bring them here. You want to do something to me? Bring it, Jolly. You want to cross that line? You just crossed it, bitch. You ain't started on me.
Whatever you
Fucking
think
bring
you may
it,
or may
bitch.
not know about my personal life.
You know what? Excuse
Put it
me.
out there.
You're up on my panel in my territory, bitch.
Ah,
Get the fuck down.
Here I am. So get the fuck on.
You're triggering. What, 2 against 1 and you're still losing.
You are beyond triggered right now, okay? I'm being nice about it, okay? Can you take a deep breath for me? Okay, I'm sorry, when dealing with new religious movements and cults and the troubled teen industry stuff, 90% of the people don't get the difference between Aspen Institute and Aspen Education Group alone.
And I did.
About human trafficking.
My first contact with Lori was about in May. Here. Right? That's the first contact where she said something to me in a chat.
Brenda and Lori being friends right now or working together, I'll listen. I'm all ears.
I'm trying to explain something to you.
Before you do tonight. Because at this point, I hold on, wouldn't do anything past anybody at this point, Steve. Hold up, Derek. You, Jamie? Hold up, Derek. You would have told me Lori would go back to all these freaking bottom feeder, scumbag, mentally ill, abusive, freaking malignant narcissist, sociopath, psychopath. Up to go on. Yeah, one of them.
So here's the down low is that there have been private hangouts that have been happening, not live. There's been private hangouts and there's been discussions taking place about the absolute state of things. How I think you guys all know that there's been some type of infiltration over the past maybe year or so, and there's been discussions. Discussions about what's going to be happening next. And these people need to have a sense of ease.
Just hold up, Eric. So if Denise gave me some facts, information, I'm willing to listen to it. I don't put anything past anybody. Anybody. Except for you, Jamie. I don't put anything.
I don't even know. Hold on, chat because I called.
Dude, there's people coming in there just trying to freaking discredit you. And I'm like, what are you doing in here? Trying to discredit people. Oh, Brenda wants to yay.
I'm getting out of
okay,
I'm really
no, that's
I'm
cool.
gonna watch, but
it's like we're putting you on the spot. That's stupid.
I don't with her
We're
at
not
all.
trying to put on the spot to you. All I can say is I have a freaking I have a place in my heart for what you lost gone through. And if people attacking you, trying to make a mockery of it is fucking evil.
Hold on. Your buddy's trying to get your attention.
All right, go ahead.
We've got Brenda here. No, I'm not gonna talk to her.
It's okay.
Stay there. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to crash the party.
We don't want them knowing that we're watching them. And that's basically all we can say right now, is we need to have these people at a state of calm, state of trust about the people that are watching them, and that's why we can't name names. But there's several people that are being infiltrated and watched at the moment. I've been actively doing this myself with my Soc accounts for the past 2 months. You know, once you get into people's trust, you simply can join their private Discord servers, and they're none the wiser.
I just want to apologize for the trouble that I was causing with the chat.
And transporters and people being sent off to those wilderness boot camps and the stuff that connects to many survivors. Many survivors. You keep useful.
Yeah, I know. It just happened with another person who went to camp, summer camp.
It happens every day. There are thousands of kids in these schools. I talk about the cases.
That's why I just said it just happened to another camper.
Yeah, and I got a school in
Because it happens every day.
Yeah, and I got a school in Missouri shut down.
What's that got to do with Jolly trying to ring me a new asshole and you guys are coming at me?
You know about the school called the Elan School up in Maine?
Yep.
Who went there?
Monty?
Okay, now do you understand?
Yep. Always have.
And how that stuff connects to other people fighting behind other numbers.
Yep. Aspen Education, Denise Matt's sister, too. And
Katie Childers.
Yep.
It's Childers. There's many other names with Tiff.
And with Tiffany, yep.
Want to talk about flashlights and who paid $4K for a flashlight?
Yep, James D. paying her $4K. Yep. See, Lee? We were on the exact same page.
A lot more civilized to people who know about the Aspen Education Group and also something known as the Australian Royal Commission.
Yep.
That connects to Eli High Priest and other people. It's a very long story, and I don't have to take the time today to explain anymore. Not with Robert David Steele.
Jolly, it's not called being a coward. It's calling wanting to have a conversation and not being able to.
Being nice to you, and you were going off calling her triggered. So who was being civilized and who was being disrespectful and rude?
Do you call her saying I haven't even begun to come at you yet? Yes, and that she's tore me apart. You people, that's called being nice to me.
You people, who do you mean by you people?
Yeah,
you just
that's
did
what
that
she
to
said
her.
to me.
I know.
Months ago, I tore you people apart. That's what she said directly to me.
Now I'm asking you, who are you people? Who are those people?
That's what I asked her. She couldn't answer.
Oh, Aiken Scum, Aiken Drum. Yeah, let's keep going down the Pazuzu, Pazuzu bullshit. Oh, it's just a stupid LARP, huh?
Yep, must be, huh? Cancer's LARP.
Harass.
It's all to the group called Heroes on the Water, a veterans fishing group. They haven't connected that yet. That's.
I agree totally with you on everything.
Whoa.
Again, maybe certain people should have not been making videos and hashtagging all these hashtags and sticking names in there 3 years ago.
Why do you think I hashtag names?
Again, I don't know why you started copying what other people were doing. I think that's smart.
I started copying. I didn't copy anyone. I started hashtagging people that were involved in this.
Yeah, and hashtag, screenshot, all that stuff before the stuff involving attorney generals in the state of Texas became such an issue.
Everybody drink when he says stuff.
And many other people know exactly what I'm talking about. But some people
know too.
The whole entire timeline.
I can totally agree with you. Still don't know why Jolly's wanting to tear me apart.
Because she's a little upset that her fucking whole life was doxxed and put out online to make fun of it and degrade and belittle her.
But look what I'm LARPing about now.
Again,
look what I'm LARPing about from Aaron. See it on the screen?
I don't.
People can have cancer and it's a fucking LARP.
That's not my account there. Just an FYI, I'm not all the sock accounts out there. Oh my god.
Again, that dude's a useful idiot. That Anunnaki Stocko Taco idiot is a useful idiot, just like Zero is.
Oh.
I've known them for over 4 years too.
He hasn't known shit.
So why are we up here arguing?
Because
I don't think you and I are.
Yeah, but again, I'm still upset, and I still want to see a certain few people in court. If they want to make videos putting my legal name in the title, then I'll see them in court. I've got the screenshots going back many years now. I go to clear, as people like to say.
I agree.
So if people can prove what they're backing up and want to say, then they can prove and back up what they would say. Some people think I want an apology, and I don't ever want an apology.
Apologies don't work. Apologies mean nothing because they turn right around and do the same crap over again.
Yes, it seems like people flip-flop every day. And then they go and make peace with the people that they were fucking going to court with how long ago again now? I forget because I didn't go to court with those people.
Oh, maybe it's not making peace. Have you ever heard me and Brenda say we made peace with each other?
Yeah. I'm glad y'all
No, we
made
haven't.
peace with each other.
Can you show me where I made peace with Brenda? Because I never have.
She's wrenched up. The evidence is there.
No, Brenda wrenched me. Because I was getting attacked the first time I went to her ranch. I have no control. So now, because she gave me a wrench, I made peace with her, right?
Once again, how am I supposed to interpret you having a
What's up with these boomers, like, worried about wrenches and being teamed up because you got a wrench? Okay.
Wrench over there. How am I supposed to interpret that?
How am I supposed to interpret Jolly ignoring me? Same difference. Yeah,
We might ignore
Jolly
people
is
because
him too.
people block us in other channels and do a lot worse things. They confuse the streams with a failed comedian.
Maybe when they disappear and don't say a word, but you see them out and about in other chat rooms where they're not in hospitals, not sick, you know?
Not making jokes about fried okra and food and other things. Yeah, I know, when things used to be normal. It's been a long time since that happened.
Yeah, I did nothing but defend both of you.
I understand.
I guess Brenda's wanting to come up on the stream, so I'm going to allow her up here.
Uh-oh.
Oh, look, there's treacherous cheetah.
Hello.
Funny how the certain people pop up and show up at certain times. How you doing, Tree Friend Pro?
I just wanted to tell you something. That there is not.
Brenda, have I made peace with you?
Again, let her speak.
No.
She knows exactly why I am very pissed off.
This is exactly what I wanted to talk about, is this making peace. We haven't made peace, but we're able to be civil with each other. And there is not one judge or one law enforcement officer who would not support such a thing as people reconciling and becoming civil with each other instead of the alternative.
Yeah, Lee, you're like a law warfare expert here, but in most cases, the judge will ask if you've reconciled. Tried to reconcile? He wouldn't know about that.
Not everybody doesn't know how this stuff goes back over 10 years.
I guess I'm just a useful idiot, huh? There.
Unfortunately, to understand the future, you gotta look into the past sometimes.
Right, and the troubled teen industry remains the same, and you all didn't understand that stuff. So again, I'm
don't
sorry.
know much about that.
For some reason, these guys just will not bring up Operation Vigilant Eagle. It seems like they're a part of it. See what I'm saying?
But I'd like to hear it sometime. If you'd come on my channel and
I will. Okay, when your friend makes it right, I'll think about it. How about that? For a
Who's the
solution?
friend? Which
You know
friend?
exactly who I'm talking about.
Which
Don't
friend?
reflect-
You have
don't
to say a
reflect.
name.
Tamara Wolf, who is not, for everyone's sake out there, who is not Wendy Begley, and she's also not Jane Doe.
I don't talk to her anymore.
Again, some people want to know names, don't they? For legal reasons.
I don't know what you guys want to know.
I know that you don't know what I want to know. I
Like
want
I'm
make
supposed to
sure
be
that
best friends with someone who threatened to call ASPCA on my animals and all that, you know, like I don't forget, history's history. People
Yeah,
think,
I
like,
have
what the
talked to
heck?
her. I've been in her chat. She's been on my panel. I've been on her panel. But that doesn't mean I'm a handler. I do not handle her. I do not tell her what to say. I have no control over Tam. Tam is her own person.
Oh my God. All right, dear. You win. Okay, you win. Have a good day. I hope you get your peace agreement in order.
Don't leave yet, Lee.
No,
I'll
leave
leave.
it.
If you guys have something to work out, I will leave.
It would be nice that message comes on, but you know, I do believe in free speech. We just making shit videos on me, putting my legal name, whatever. It's just how it works. That's legal, but yeah, it's harassing. His content is just kills your brain cells. He's supporting sex offenders. It's pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious,
He
isn't
did
it?
that for too.
Say that again, Nicole.
Who do you think he did that for? Who do you think he did that for? I'm gonna send you this really cool video on how to euthanize a hive.
What is it? How do you euthanize what?
A hive.
Oh.
Like a really nasty, dangerous hive.
Nicole always picks up on what the algorithms feed her, and then thinks she's like got some cutting edge information to share.
Okay? Because that's what this all comes down to.
In the
That's
chat.
what this all comes down to. And while I can, I think it was like last October that Renee started charging up her old phone with proof that I put out her address. And I've still been waiting for that evidence, bitch. So, you know, you better come with
I
the
do
receipts
remember
or
that
shut
now.
your face. She's such a lying bitch.
She said you did something what to her?
She said that I put out her address and that Lanny put out her name. I didn't put out her address. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. Same as I wouldn't call, you know, police for welfare checks or order pizzas to people's houses.
Right.
You know, I wouldn't do that. Okay, but she's been saying this for a very long time. And Lanny, it was so funny. He came on the stream and this was last year, right? And then she's like, "Oh, it's on my other phone," and then she starts charging it. And then after like an hour, it's like they forgot. It's like I didn't forget. I'm like sitting here waiting for the receipts.
Wrenches do cause problems. Just take that wrench. I was just getting attacked by it.
Well, I gave it to you once because you needed it at that time, and you know, if you ever need it again, I'll give it back to you again. It's, you know, that easy to work things out. But I'm gonna go. You and me have things to talk about.
No, we don't. I have something to talk about with you. You called me what you did. I got the screenshot to prove it. So let's see each other in court. I got nothing else to say here right now. I see who's in the chat room. I know how this stuff goes back to Thomas, Billy, and
Oh, I see Lisa Lake and stuff. Yeah.
But then, you know, the stuff
I see the haters.
and Kim and everyone else over there. These people have been, this has been going on since Christmas of last year.
It is a great day to have.
Why am I supposed to be a nice person that forgives and forgets and lets bygones be bygones?
Why am I supposed to be?
You're not. Remember the past. Don't forget it.
Why am I like being like I don't know what's going on? Jolly?
Again, people.
I wish you were adult enough for us just to better say that we both just.
Yeah,
I wish you were adult enough to say that she was just as triggered as me in there. I don't know what the fuck I even did to that woman.
Again, many people have done many things.
It was your time to get rid of Blazing Scar. Those two do. When it's your time to get rid of, all of a sudden there's a fake play fight because you said something wrong or somebody was wrenched somewhere.
But not me. Not to Jolly or you, Lee. Name one thing I did to that woman.
Okay, I am again going to repeat how people were calling someone a girl earlier in this stream.
Oh, after she called me like a dog? After she told me she hasn't even begun? After she said
Okay, I
she
hear
pulled
you.
you people apart? Yeah.
Because good one. Okay? Sorry you were upset today. I tried to be civilized and nice. I have huge issues.
You did. I agree.
He does have huge issues. Yeah, I totally agree with that. He's got huge issues.
I don't get confused with the Aspen Education Group, Trouble Teen Industry stuff, and how people are bull baiting and gaslighting and trying to trigger each other and dog each other and do many worse things. People have been swatted over this stuff. You know who.
Mm-hmm.
So again, if you think
including myself,
if people were being rude and disrespectful before, great. People had a chance to be civilized and nice today, and they chose otherwise. This is not my message.
Jolly had a chance to be civil and nice to me. I can't believe you're here with me.
Now, you start being disrespectful and rude.
Hey! I've been nice to you from the get-go. You haven't been rude to me. You have been nice to me. You and Jolly are two different people, Joker.
Hey, did you confuse this stuff with China the Three and all those other people alone? Did you confuse that stuff up?
No, at the beginning, I had no clue that you had been in with fucking Fred, Freddy, OG1 Kenobi, China the Three. I had no clue, but you came forward and you told me.
Now pause.
No, wait a minute. I want to. You came forward and you told me.
Did Dear Joyce and Denise just do a stream together? Did that not cause a huge snafu this last week?
Snafu.
There you go.
I have no clue.
Wait a minute. Snafu and what? They're Lee? You're LARP with them or something like that? I mean, I'm just wondering.
I get that a lot of people are clueless right now.
I have no clue.
Explain much anymore. If people want to be disrespectful to me and my friend, they can. I didn't confuse Mike. I didn't confuse other people in this fucking snafu of a mess that goes back more than 5 years. Depending on
I didn't confuse Colleen or Becky either, like Jolly just did to me.
I didn't confuse
like.
Jams and Colleen and many other names before fucking other people got involved. 5 years.
Jolly needs to fuck up on me. What she just did was wrong. She needs an apology. No one's did shit to you.
She does not need an apology. She does not.
Yes, she owes me an apology.
Oh,
she knows she triggered and did wrong right there.
Oh, you need a tissue.
No, it's called being an adult and owning your shit. I know you're a LARPer. I know that's what you do. I know you like to try to trigger people.
I'm a LARPer.
Total LARPer.
Do you know about augmented reality games and non-player characters?
Oh my god.
Why, yeah, a long discussion on that.
Yeah, we did. And how does that connect to the Synanon cult and behavior modification and mind control? Because I can answer all these questions I'm asking right now. Have a good one. I don't have time for this anymore.
So you just don't want to address the topic that Jolly needs to own up when she's wrong and when she jumps.
I'm going to repeat this.
I'm just trying to figure out what Lee's got going here with these schools and the synagogues and so forth. What does that really have to do with World War III and death and taxes? I mean, really, I'm just wondering.
You should have been nicer to her and stopped calling her girl over and over again. That was rude. That was disrespectful.
I've called her a girl. I said, hey, girl, since I know her. You want to see an email where I just told my friend, hey, girl?
Hey, you want to show, hey, dear, we can do this all day long.
You want to see where I say, hey, lady, to everyone? Hey, Chica.
Again, I'm done. Anything else you have to say to me, I'm done.
You've been done, and you're still here. I've tried to be nice to you. You are only responsible for you. You can't white knight for Jolly. You can't be nice to me on one hand, but try to defend Jolly's actions. She just straight up was a bitch to me. Merry Christmas, Erica. So I don't talk about not. I'm going to go over and block you so you can't come in here.
Oh.
You're not important. Go away. Tretch, get out of my room. You're only here for the drama. Well, I don't even know what happened there. I think you call that Jolly getting triggered over in Brenda's room. Look at the beginning of my stream where I'm like, what the fuck? I'm lost.
I would call that the Aquino effect that they're spreading all around.
And she just keeps on going. I even warn her. You gonna try to make a mountain out of sand, Jolly? Jolly. You continue to do it. You want to see one more time before we leave? Let's show you.
Oh no, here we go.
Damn, girl. I know what happens to you. I get it when right back. Did nothing but defend you. Nothing but defend your ass.
Look, all these people saying I'm irrelevant, but keeping me
And you
relevant.
don't know who I was. I am, huh?
Well, what it's been reduced down to, here's your brilliant minds of you two.
And I don't like people being in my way. If people are in my way, I need to take a Prussian steamroller and fucking turn them into blacktop.
Yeah, how do you feel about that? Aren't you going to the same stuff?
I think it's great when people make fun of me because I make note of it, and then I know that they're banned permanently from the theocracy, and they're not going to like that when it comes to pass because they may have some skills that could be put to work in the theocracy, but they should build a time machine.
Everything in the background there.
And go back in time, they can tell themselves not to fucking piss me off because I'm a person, but once I'm crossed, I don't ever forget it. And I don't like people who treat people on the internet as though they exist solely for their own entertainment to be tortured and then laughed at like some sort of fucking circus dancing bear.
See? Bear.
Dancing bear. On the radiate itself on nuclearation.
I would say that freedom dies in Jolly Roger's chat rooms because him and Renee talked about how much they hate freedom of speech and want to burn the Bill of Rights. And I definitely think that's very disturbing to hear.
My biggest weakness on here is the chat, man. And that's why everyone loves trolling me, because they know I can't help but read the chat comment to it. Alright, Mod F, who's the fucking tattletale? Mod or whatever. How do you pronounce his fucking name, Solomon?
Moron F, I think.
That works. So who's the tattletale there, Moron F? I told Feldman I would not start the stream up. Alright. Yeah, Gypsy Aaron, yeah, you are. Teller and a thief.
Aaron Cox. Is that Aaron Cox? The real Aaron
What he says. Yeah, he likes to torture animals like his fellow tribe.
Don't worry, Aaron. I won't ban you here like you banned me on your show.
He banned you?
My chat. And no one banned him, and we got plenty of witnesses. This is good stuff. You guys are gonna love all this. I'm an animal torturer. No, I'm actually quite the animals advocate. And these guys were fed some information that way, and they ran with it about me. And that's what makes this so good. I think I'm just gonna just leave it there and drop a link in the description box. You guys can have fun with it. Peace out. So dramatic.
The military can take them down. The military is dealing with some of this because Acton is using military contacts. He's blackmailing a Coast Guard.
Uh-huh.
He's got the Coast Guard guy's mother involved.
Really?
This Aaron Cox is a cop stalker.
Uh-huh.
They call it First Amendment when they're stalking families. He's gotten involved.
Stalking families.
He's made some videos saying how he's getting involved in my daughter's case in a really nasty way towards me.
No, sorry.
The facts are going to speak for themselves.
Exactly. Ding, ding. All my... Whatever. Okay, she just wouldn't. And as far as Dave Acton trying to blackmail me, no. The only interaction I've had with Dave Acton is through a couple of comments, and I didn't really even care about his drama. I was just watching him because he was kind of funny. And then all of a sudden he put up a video that Prepper Kitty wasn't doing all that hot. She had worms and fleas. So I left him a comment. I said, try some diatomaceous earth in her bed and a little bit on her food and a little bit on her fur. It'll clear everything up real quick. Well, he did it, and I actually told him, don't put much of it in her dry food, and he puts a whole tablespoon, and I was like, what are you doing, in a comment, and that was it. That was it. Haven't heard from him, he's never come on my channel. It's the only time I've really commented is for Prepper Kitty. That's what Cox does. I only care about people's well-being. So there's no ill intent towards Truth Convoy's daughter's investigation. As a matter of fact, let's just make this a cease and desist, and we'll go from there. Everybody have a great New Year. This is how we're starting out the New Year? Perfect. Perfect, I guess, huh? Right. All right, everybody have a good New Year. Rest of your week. Peace out.
You said you loved me, baby, but you just walked away. Tore a piece of my heart, and I get it now. Drop kick my life, took all my possessions. I'm sick of it, and I keep getting so burned. I'm sick of it, and I keep getting so burned. I'm sick of it. You said you love me, baby, but you just walked away. Tore a piece of my heart.
laws that we live by. The 8 is our... Each man will bear it with pride. Only then will you be part of the clan. Only then will you be part of the clan.
What is it?
I don't know. You want a war? I'll give you a war! I was born for it! Ready. Here, let's get up. Chill you. I want to lie right here. You light. You have been born again and sold to the United States. The strong have been sapped by the whimpering propaganda of the weak. Men, strong men, have been denied their destiny. Women have been saved from their fate. redemption is within your grasp. You, what did you do before you were given this opportunity? I had a shovel. I digged holes. You digged holes. Well, now you're going to fill them. And you? Me? Is there any question in anyone's mind that I was speaking to you? Yes, you.
Just a performer. Shakespeare's stuff like that.
Shakespeare?
He was a writer.
Yes, I know. I know Shakespeare.
Cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war.
Hey there, Louise Matto here, the one with the only original chief of Ninja. I make this video, but I feel the professional criminals are moving in on a woman who has been very useful to them. And I don't particularly care what happens to her or any of them, actually, but I do feel compelled to speak because I don't think she has the mental capacity to know what's going on. A lot of people may have noticed the story in CNN that led to Twitter finally deplatforming George Webb over his treasonous endangerment of Army personnel, certain that lady that he's given to China as a blame object. China's act with the coronavirus was an act of war. If you work with China to attack Army personnel, specific Army personnel, and their family members, because that's what George Webb has been doing, and he continues to be active as long as he's not in jail, and his brother with him. They continue their crimes. Now, this woman in Ohio, her name's Rebecca Dean, Blazing Scar. She's probably not aware of this because she lives in a world that involves herself and whoever she's with, and if they're nice to her, they're good people. And if they speak any unpleasant facts, they're bad people. Okay? She's very childlike. And there's nothing anyone can do about this. And see,
will obey orders without question. I told you to sit. Justice can be dictated. Six. Justice can be dictated. 7. Any clansman may challenge for leadership of the clan. Is any man here with a challenge? 6. Justice can be dictated. 6. Justice can be dictated. 7. Any clansman may challenge for leadership of the clan. Does any man here wish to challenge me? 6. Justice can be dictated. 7. The 8 is our symbol. Each man will bear it with pride. Only then will you be part of the clan.
He asked me where you going tonight. And I said, I'm with my girls. Yeah. On a run? To tell you the truth, you were just a little bit. He said he liked the way I put my lipstick. Oh, he said, how many sugars do you like in your tea? I said, forget about the sugar, have a spoonful of me. Cause I taste so sweet. Oh my gosh. It's making eyes at me and I don't mind. Yeah, yeah. Oh my gosh. It's making my imagination mine. Well, listen to this, yeah? Oh my gosh.
Challenging for leadership in the clan. Challenging for leadership in the clan.
Well,
All one. You will obey orders without question. They want enough support. I just pressed my chair. Sat down on the ground. Just made a direct order.
well, listen to this, yeah? Did you get his number? No. Did you get his name? Score what you give him on a scale of 1 to 10. No. Did you get his number? I didn't get his number. I don't know his name. But I think it's hard to know, and I think he is a 10. Oh my gosh. It's making eyes at me and I don't mind. Yeah, yeah. Oh my gosh. It's making my imagination mine. That's him. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Challenging for leadership in the clan.
Well, listen to this, yeah?
Challenging for leadership in the clan. Challenging for leadership of the clan.
Richard's been sending me lots of documentation and information backing up everything that he's going to share with you guys today. And before I bring him on, you know, I want him to share his background, his story, and all of that. But I mean, this guy's he's no fool. Just in the conversations I've been having with him and the interaction that I've had with him via the email, he's a very smart gentleman. I mean, he went to school for law and started his own business. In fact, I'll even read an excerpt of an email that he sent me. And by the way, as you guys listening to this interview today, there's photos, there's documentation, there's PDF files, X-rays that Richard Kane is going to be referencing to throughout the show, and it's all posted up. Well, most of it is so much. I didn't get a chance to post everything, but eventually I'll continue to update the link. But it's all on flowofwisdom.com. And the title of that link on flowofwisdom.com is Richard Kane, implanted with nanotechnology, documents, images, and proof of being a targeted individual. In one email he sent me, he said, my family and I have been the subjects of government-funded human research and or hate crimes. These crimes are being covered up by using the words national security. The fact that my two minor children have this and or similar devices in their little bodies speaks for themselves. My sons were ages 3 and 4 when the discoveries took place. Their X-rays, blood and urine analysis present the true facts. The devices can only be introduced into the body while being in a medical facility. All 3 of us were patients of the same defendant hospital. He goes on to write, I observe my sons being tortured nightly as the devices are being triggered inside of their little bodies, depriving them of sleep for hours until they awake. I will not rest until the Department of Justice commences an investigation into these hate crimes. The link below describes the devices in detail. Then he asked a question, and I'm asking you guys, the listeners right now, Floor of Wisdom Radio, can you imagine these devices being implanted into the body of anyone, especially children? It's troubling. There's no excuse for these crimes other than greed. The devices are micromechanical systems. In other words, MEMS, M-E-M-S is the acronym. I want to welcome for the first time to Floor of Wisdom Radio, Richard Kane. Richard, how are you today?
I'm doing great, Sean. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. Good to have you on. You know, as we spoke briefly yesterday, Richard, you know, I already told you this conversation can go many, many different ways because you have so much information, you have so much documentation backing up everything that you've shared. And I'm sure that certain questions will arise where we may deviate and go a different direction. But first, I just want you to give my listeners here a background about who you are, where you come from, you know, what you were doing, your education and everything prior to you being targeted and getting implanted with this nanotechnology.
Okay. Well, I was born in Chicago, raised in Michigan, came out to California, attended Fresno State, eventually received my Bachelor of Science degree in Criminal Justice from Cal State LA, with a minor in pre-law, Juris Doctorate degree, Southern California Institute of Law, and a Master of Laws from Thomas Jefferson School of Law. And prior to going to law school in 2007, I'd worked over 10 years in human services field, working in group homes for residential kids, at-risk youth, working with adults from developmental disabilities. So essentially what I decided to do was, since I had gone to undergrad with the long-term goal of becoming an attorney, started law school in 2007. In 2009, actually in 2010, is when my nightmare began.
Now, explain to us exactly what happened when you first realized that something wasn't right.
Well, in 2010, it's vivid as if it happened yesterday. Summer of 2010, I owned a company called Elite Attorney Services, had an office in Westlake Village, California, which is in Ventura County. And I recall just this strange coincidence. Everywhere I traveled, there seemed to be a law enforcement vehicle somewhere. no matter what time, day or night. And being a criminal justice major, having relatives in law enforcement, that type of thing, was real obvious to me that after seeing the same pattern for about a month or two that, I'm under some type of surveillance. And the first thing I thought was they have to have the wrong person. So what I did was I went to I was living in County. So where I noticed it the most was in the city of Ventura, California. So what I did was, to make sure I didn't go by myself, I called up a friend who is the president of the Ventura County chapter of the NAACP, and he's been so for over 30 years, John Hatcher. And so Mr. Hatcher and I visit the Ventura Police Department. They know him very well. They probably didn't know me, at least I assume they didn't. And so I recall showing my driver's license, saying, you know, it appears that I'm under some type of surveillance. I believe you guys have the wrong person. I proceeded to tell them I attend the law school right down the street. I'm a law clerk at the public defender's office. I'm a superior court mediator, you know, just laying out my entire background because I'm 100% sure I'm under some type of surveillance, and they have to have the wrong person. It's the first thing I was thinking. I was thinking this will be a piece of cake. Here's my ID, and I know this will be over. Whatever it is I was seeing. So I recalled I think it was a corporal who was working at that time. He ran my license, and he says, well, we don't have anything on you. And if we did, if it may be another agency, which is out of our control, and if there were some type of investigation, we wouldn't be able to tell you. So we left that day, and interestingly enough, prior to that, that presence that I talked about was obvious. And for the rest of that day, the presence disappeared. Like, I didn't see the same law enforcement, obviously marked vehicles follow me. So we went to the Oxnard Police Department, and that's where Mr. Hatcher, the president of the NAACP, he's kind of based in Oxnard. So we went to the Oxnard Police Department with the same kind of request. This is who I am. Because generally, if you're in a certain residential area, that particular law enforcement agencies have to know or involved in some kind of way if they're following you. So we got the same thing. If we were following you, we wouldn't be able to tell you, blah, blah, blah. So that went on. And so after that, the second visit at the Oxnard Police Department, like I said, the dissipate. And I'll never forget it. It was July, shortly thereafter, I think it was right around the July 21st, 2010, I was at the beach. I want to say it's Zuma Beach out in Malibu. And all I can tell you is that's the day when everything, helicopters, airplanes, now that I know today, government helicopters and airplanes kept flying over the area where we were playing volleyball. And from that day all the way up until the present day, there's been a law enforcement. Even today, I got out of church at St. Paul Baptist Church in Oxnard. As soon as I got to a certain point, there was an Oxnard PD car. As soon as I jumped on the freeway, 2 CHP cars, bumper to bumper. It's just the same pattern. It's kind of almost like a harassment pattern. Obviously, they knew I was coming on your show today. And this has been going on for 5 years. Nonstop, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 5 years. But because I know I'm an innocent man, haven't done anything, I learned to ignore it because now I know what it's designed to do. It's designed to oppress, harass, and pretty much make me snap. Pretty much like some of the other individuals who've been subjected to the same thing. They snapped because they felt like there was no other alternative. In my case, I know there's an alternative, and interesting enough that when you opened up today and you talked about no weapons formed against me shall prosper, that is what I say every single day, and that's how I've made it through this. You know, they can fly the planes, play the mind games, and do all the things they're doing, but when you're an innocent man, you have nothing to fear, and I say that every single day when I wake up. None of their weapons formed against me shall prosper, even the ones that are in my body still to this day. Some have been removed, and others haven't been removed because of where they're located. And the reality of this whole story is somebody's responsible for it, and they know that I'm not stopping until I get answers, and who's decided for 5 years almost now to basically destroy my name and cause me harm, unnecessary harm to me and my family.
Wow, what a courageous story. You guys, we're just touching the tip of the iceberg. Richard Kane joining me, sharing his story, his testimony. It's a testimony that's still in progress of being a targeted individual. We're going to get more into how these projectiles, this nanotechnology, was implanted into his body and his 2 sons. We'll be right back after this on Flow of Wisdom Radio. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Flow of Wisdom Radio. I am your host, Sean Anthony. Joining me live is Richard Kane, a targeted individual sharing his story. Richard, this is a short segment here, about 5 minutes or so. Let's pick up where we left off. You say around the summer of 2010 is when you remember being targeted began to happen. You started to notice that law enforcement were surveilling you every step of the way.
Yep.
You went directly to them and said, look, you know, I feel like I'm being surveilled. You have the wrong person. You knew that you were innocent. You were in law school. You let them know. And you said that later on you were at the beach and things started to kick up a notch.
Right, the day after I visited the police department, it's almost like someone said, oh, wow, he's aware that he's under surveillance. Let's ratchet it up. So literally, bumper to bumper, 24 hours a day, the presence was heavier than you can even imagine.
Now, you said something, real quick, you said something before we went to break, and you answered the question, because I was like, how do you deal with that? And you answered it before I could ask you, and you said that they want you to snap, but you refuse to, like others have. When you said others, drop some names. Who were some others that were being surveilled, similar to what you're saying, that have snapped in the past?
Can we do this? Can we get to that just a little down the road? Because
sure.
we're getting there. Because what I want to do is started with the surveillance that we talked about. And it wasn't until later the discovery of the devices. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to tie it all together for you.
Gotcha.
How good God is, because this started with surveillance. And I had no idea at the time my body was loaded with the stuff that's in it right now. So this started with me wondering, what are they looking for? And I remember thinking, okay, they said that I'm not a subject, but clearly I am. I'll just go about my day as best I can, ignore what they're doing, because they never pulled me over once to this day. Never pulled me over. The helicopters, I've had helicopters fly right over my car in the opposite direction, right over the freeway. That type. And you know what's great about it? Because I know people will say, well, he's got to be making that up or what have you. But see, I'm a smart man. I recorded it all. They know I've recorded it all. And I put all my ducks in a row. As you stated earlier, the documentation I sent you, x-rays, blood or urine analysis, expert witness declarations from some of the top experts in the nation on nanotechnology, those types of things are all set in stone. So no one can say this is fiction. These are all facts. The reality of it is I observed some type of surveillance. I inquired as to what it was about. Nobody knew. To this day, I still have absolutely no idea. And that's what the sad part about this is. I've written every federal agency in the United States, every DA, I've asked for a FOIA request. I've even offered to take a lie detector test from one of the top individuals in the nation that actually conducts polygraph examinations, who's a former FBI, and no response. So that told me right there, and that's when I started to figure this out, like, maybe somebody's trying to hide something versus looking for something. And that's when it all started to click, and I started doing my research. And it wasn't until 2011 that the discovery, actually 2012, the discovery of the devices, because my little ones were acting really strange at night, literally jolting around, grinding their teeth to the point where you could just hear excruciating in your ears where their teeth are grinding, and they were flailing about in their sleep and doing all these things that I now know were designed for me to become emotional. Because, you know, seeing your loved one going through something and you get emotional, and then you just want to lash out at something, or to make you appear crazy when you say, this is what I'm observing. But of course, like everything else, I documented, videotaped it to make sure I saved the evidence for what I speak of. So this started with surveillance to the next step of discovering the devices, probably which I was not supposed to discover. And that's how we've gotten to where we've gotten today.
Right.
So when we speak of others, we'll get to the others, because what I've unfolded is it's the same modus operandi. Same modus operandi. The only difference is some individuals, they ratchet it up to a certain level, and some other individuals, they don't. And clearly some of the individuals weren't able to endure such tactics. I've had to do it since 2010. all the way up to this present day.
All right,
but when you know you're innocent, and once you understand what it is they're trying to do, it makes the game, what I call it a game, because that's what it is. It makes the game much more easier to cope with.
We'll stay right there, Richard Kane, because we're going to pick up where you left off. We're going to talk about these devices you discovered in your body. Plus, I want to ask you about links, psychotropic drug. We'll talk about that and more right after this on Floor of Wisdom Radio. Something that my father always told me as a child. He said, son, only the strong will survive. And I think that's that fits Richard Kane, my guest today. Only the strong will survive. He's been surviving. He's been a targeted individual now for the past 5 years. Him and his sons were both implanted with nanotechnology, which he's going to share and go into detail here shortly. Welcome back for those that are listening live online at gcnlive.com. Floor of Wisdom Radio. I'm your host, Sean Anthony. If you have questions for my guests, feel free to call in 877-300-7645. And you know, Richard, I shared this with you before. You know, when I have this subject on my show, and I have certain guests that call into the show, you know, sometimes I'll get emails or, you know, responses on YouTube when I post the show up later. You know, where's the proof? Where's the proof? Come on, Sean. This is you know, this for all we know, this person could have made this up. And you, and I'm not saying others haven't that I've had on my show, but you've overcompensated, you know, with all the documentation you've sent me. Like, it's so much information I didn't get a chance to post it all, but it is on one link. If you go to floorofwisdom.com, it's up there, and the PDF files, the images, emails, testimonies, like the Kane family, the RF scans, final report from doctors dating back from 2013. I mean, it's so detail oriented. One must question, okay, if this guy's providing all of these facts here, the next question is, what's going on? Why are they doing this to you?
Exactly. Well, my experts surmise that this is not a personal thing, that this is happening to a lot of people, and a lot of people just don't realize it. You have to remember, when I started a lot of this that I felt, I thought I had high blood pressure. We now know that my alleged hypertension was caused by the millimeter-sized nanotechnology devices that have been implanted in my body. So can you imagine, for years and years, thinking you have hypertension, and you find out the truth many years later? It boggles the mind. Because remember, this started with me inquiring about a potential surveillance, to being obvious surveillance, bumper to bumper, front and back, 24 hours a day, night and day, all the way into this present day. And now I know it's because somebody's got something to hide, not because I've done something. And one of the things that I thought about a lot, like, why me? And is this for surveillance purposes? Is this for experimentation? And over the years, after looking at other stories and my own research, my own experts, my own documents, this is clearly experimentation and or hate crimes. Those are the only two. Because look, for surveillance, you can put a small chip in somebody and follow them all over America. You don't need to implant somebody from head to toe. I don't know if you read some of my documents from some of my experts. I have what's called remote neural monitoring devices in me, which means I'm implanted from head to toe. And these are sophisticated devices. You can't get these materials or biomedical devices on the market anywhere. These are sophisticated, which means there has to be a high level of participation involved, which means government.
Richard.
Yeah.
Richard, golly. you're dropping so much stuff. I want to keep interjecting to ask you to expand on one thing, but then I'm like, nah, let them roll because let's get all of this out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'm trying to
have a part 2 for sure.
Yeah, not a problem. But we got 2 hours, so we're gonna try to get through this as much as possible. Let's go back a little bit. You said I thought I had high blood pressure.
Correct.
So take us step by step. You know, you were being surveilled, okay? That was one thing. Then, next day, boom. What's going on with my body, with my physical health? You're an in-shape guy.
Oh, yeah, and to this day. Exactly.
Okay, so walk us through how did the high blood pressure come, and then how did you find out what it was?
In 1999, I was allegedly diagnosed with hypertension because, as you know, most African Americans at a particular designated age range get hypertension. And I remember us playing, I think it was arena football and semi-pro professional football at the time. And I remember the doctor saying, you have hypertension. I'm thinking, like, I don't eat a lot of fried foods. I'm healthy. I'm playing football right now. This was in 1999. I was shocked. I was so shocked that I'm like, I'm not taking those pills. There's no way. Right. And I remember trying them for a little while. I think it was Lisinopril or something like that. And then the doctor said give them to me, and I started having side effects from those. And then 2004, I was feeling weird. I went into one of the defendant hospitals, and that's where all of our evidence shows. That's when my first implantations began in 2004. After that particular visit at that hospital, if you read my medical records, I don't think I sent you, I complained about 2 large lumps at the base of my skull, having a tingly feeling all over my back. We now know why, because my back is implanted up along the spine with these biomedical devices. And even one doctor has said to me recently, I don't know why those wires are going up and down your back. But it's almost like this doctor wanted to say what he wanted to say, but he couldn't, like somebody was restricting him from saying what he wanted to say. And I could overhear him in his other office with another doctor saying maybe there's something rogue going on. So when I heard him say that, I said, then somebody's orchestrating this. Somebody's telling these doctors to say that the scans are normal. You've seen the scans, and you don't have to be a radiologist to say, what the heck is that in those scans? And that's how I felt at the very beginning when they were saying, your scans are normal. And I would say, well, what is that? And then, you got to talk to the radiologist. Because you got to remember, if you go and get a scan today, there's only a report drafted. That report goes to your doctor. You never see the scans yourself. So I tell everybody, get a hard copy of the scan, get a CD-ROM of anything that you do. Because why? Doctors do make mistakes, and also there could be intentional things being done or hidden, like human research. I can tell you all of my scans, including the scans of my sons, are abnormal. And my experts have written declarations to not only the federal court, but also to the state court saying so. And whoever's behind this is trying to cover it all up. And as you know, human experimentation has been around a long time. So that's why I'm ruling out surveillance. Although these devices are capable of surveilling people, because I have what's called a transponder implanted in my right lumbar spine. I don't know if you saw the little deal, the lumbar spine with the little rabbit ears kind of coming out of the top of that I sent you.
Right.
But that's called a transponder. And I was wondering from these people able to tell me, like, pinpoint accuracy. I remember taking the seats out of my car, looking for this, trying to find that smoking gun so I could file another suit, and I couldn't find it. And lo and behold, in 2012, we discovered that smoking gun sitting in my body, along with my little ones. So you can't make this stuff up. This technology has been around a long time, but they're supposed to get your consent in order to put anything in your body, as you know.
So you think you got implanted in 2004 when you went in for hypertension, and that's when they...
Oh, there's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. My medical records after that 2004 hospitalization speak for themselves, because I was at the doctor almost every week or every 2 weeks for something. Green mucus coming out of the nostrils, out of the head. We now know why. Bloody nose, because my body was reacting to all the stuff that had been implanted in me. And that's exactly what my experts saying. When you read my medical records from 2004 all the way up to 2008, it's crystal clear what was taking place. And the only reason why some of the devices, which 6 devices were removed at UCLA on January 30th, my body rejected those devices, and they were protruding from my triceps. And so they were subcutaneous, just under the skin. And so those were able to be localized with an anesthetic and removed, and those are sent to a lab in Florida by one of my experts. So, and those devices all contain what's called waveguides. And if you look up the meaning of what a waveguide is, it's self-explanatory. It's high-tech stuff, and meaning that someone can connect with those waveguides and cause your blood pressure to fluctuate. Literally, it's torture, is what it is.
Unbelievable, man. I'm just sitting here just baffled listening to everything you're sharing. I mean, at one point you almost feel helpless. Like, when did you make that decision? Like, you know what, I'm not gonna be no guinea pig here. I'm not gonna be no test experiment. I'm going to fight back. I'm going to resist.
Well, you know what's interesting? When I took the 2012 scans, when we in January 2012 visited the International Center Against the Abuse of Covert Technologies, and that's ICAACT.org in Sacramento, California. And once the doctors couldn't explain why my sons were doing what they were doing, and I kept feeling jolts to my chest, I realized that something was causing that. So we visit the International Center Against the Abuse of Covert Technologies, Mr. Beltran, up in Sacramento, and all of our bodies were scanned, radio frequency scanned from the outside, and that was to determine whether or not something foreign was on the inside. And I'll never forget that day, and that actually was recorded. Matter of fact, it's on their website, the scanning of my two sons. I allowed him to do that a couple years ago. I'll never. As soon as he starts scanning my boys, this look on his face like, this is really evil stuff. And he said the words, when this is done, it's usually a whole entire family that are experimenting on, not just one person. And I remember sitting there saying, he asked me, can I scan you? I said, oh, no, there's nothing wrong with me. I'm here for them, because literally I was. I was trying to figure out what was causing them to flail about in their sleep, profusely grind their teeth, little circular red marks on their bodies, the things that were happening that no one could explain. And I tell you, as soon as he put the scanner on me, bells and whistles went off from head to toe. And that's when I knew, it basically, what I was surmising came to reality with that scan. And what he said was this could only happen in a medical setting. And the first thing I thought was one of the defendants, I was there in 2004, same defendant, my sons were born 2006, 2007. So I immediately came back to Santa Barbara, started ordering medical records. And when I ordered my medical records, we discovered film we knew nothing about that contained what's called implant leads, wires. One of my sons, it was a lateral chest X-ray, which showed millimeter device in the near the aorta area. So anyway, we start finding these bits and pieces of evidence of something going on. And that's when I made up my mind, because what they were trying to tell me, the report said normal X-ray, normal CT, when in fact, you don't have to be a radiologist to see something looks abnormal on a scan. And so then that's when I got out of the area of Santa Barbara, ventured up to Newport Beach, California, found experts up there, and then things started rolling, taking a whole life of its own after that.
Hang on, Richard. We got to take another commercial break, man. I could not imagine the feeling you had when you realized that they were doing the same thing to your sons.
Yep.
I want to get your thoughts on that when we come back, right after this on Floor of Wisdom Radio. Shouts out to KTFL, KSZL, WSLA, and KBDB, all the radio stations carrying Flow of Wisdom right now. Definitely appreciate you guys listening in live on GCNlive.com. Welcome back to Flow of Wisdom. I'm your host, Sean Anthony. Richard Kane, my guest. Richard, this is a short segment here as we close out this hour and going into hour 2, which we'll touch on some of the other things that we alluded to in the beginning. But I want to get your initial reaction when you took your two sons in the hospital. This doctor is performing scans on your sons, and he's finding all kind of anomalies in your kids' bodies, causing them. You said, what were the symptoms again? Gnashing their teeth. They were losing sleep, and what were some other symptoms?
So let me explain. The ISAAC.org is a private entity which basically performs scans on individuals who may feel like something's inside of their bodies and that type of thing. So they're called radio frequency scans. If you look them up, they're really well known. They've got a lot of top experts around the world who are affiliated with them. And it's a great organization. And Mr. Beltran is not a doctor. He's actually a former firefighter. And he got into the business to help people as he was a victim of the same thing sometime in his past. So basically what the scan does, it scans the outside of your body to determine whether or not there are signals sending and receiving from the body. Wow. And in the case of my two sons who he scanned first, he got a positive reaction for scans sending and receiving. Then when he did me from head to toe, sending and receiving signals. So then that's when I returned and ordered all of our medical records and requested of our doctors for scans and x-rays of our bodies to determine whether, in fact, what the readings that he was giving us, in fact, did x-rays reveal something in those areas.
Did you get any resistance when you went to those doctors to get those?
Oh, yes, I did. Yes. But you know, I had looked at other stories of individuals that have been through this, and I think that's why I've been so successful, because the way I went about the whole thing allowed me to get as far as I've gotten. So what I won't get into it, but I was able to get what I needed, which was the scans. And although they wrote down normal x-ray, and you've seen those x-rays, there's nothing normal about their x-rays or my scans. I knew right then and there something was being covered up. And the fact that I was able to discover x-rays in my records, you got to remember, I was born in Chicago, south side of Chicago. I've only been in the hospital twice since birth. And that was in 2004 and 2008. Both of those medical facilities, we discovered x-rays. And those x-rays confirmed implanted leads, wires, and or devices. So you might ask the question, well, why would they leave the x-rays? That was the question that I was asking for many months, if not a couple of years, until I found out from a doctor that anytime you implant anything in the body, whether it's a pacemaker or anything like that, generally whoever did the implantation wants to see the finished product. So what they'll do is they'll take an x-ray. And mind you, I was not supposed to return. I'm a healthy guy, even now, outside of what's inside of me that's implanted without my consent. I've never had a history of needing to go to the doctor or anything like that, so I was not supposed to return to those facilities for any reason at all, other than finding out what I found out in 2012 and then requesting my medical records. So once I requested medical records and then ordered scans in 2012 of myself and my two sons, those scans, although they wrote normal on their radiology reports, the scans speak for themselves, and my experts have all confirmed that those scans are in fact abnormal. And now that we know what the devices are, we didn't back then, but we now know it's nanotechnology and other foreign biomedical devices which are sitting in our scans, which someone is trying to hide. And the interesting thing about it, do I think it's just us? Absolutely not. Because here's one of the things I wrote in one of my federal complaint, once I traced this back to who I believe is involved. My son supposedly had asthma. If these devices are implanted in a particular area, like, for example, in my body, that was the rationale for my hypertension. If you plant it near the lung and you're triggering these radio frequency devices, that's what they are. They all contain waveguides, and you trigger it near the lung, guess what's going to happen?
I don't know.
You're going to have some breathing problems, right?
Oh, yeah, you're going to have some kind of complications for
And
sure.
if you go to the doctor, first thing they're going to say is what? You probably got asthma.
Yeah, you got to ask.
So,
hang on, Richard. We're wrapping up this hour. Let's dive into this deeper the second hour. Also, I want you to expand on who you found, who's behind all of this. Talk about more of your federal complaints and also other individuals that were targeted. We'll get into that. Myron Mays, Aaron Alexis, all of these gentlemen were targeted individuals as well. We'll talk about that in the second hour. Stick around. 6 minutes past the top of the hour. I'm Sean Anthony. This is Florida.
And it's this guy.
It's sad, you guys. It's sad. Another thing, I'm not going to say a lot about this because it's coming out, you guys. I'm only giving you a little bit of each one. It's coming out. There was a payroll that I have proof. I have messages from the horse's mouth, proof that they were getting paid for performance to take me down, okay? I'm not just saying something. I have an absolute 100% proof from an inside person that got so disgusted how far they took it. I have proof. There was a contract, and they were paid, you guys, paid to take me down. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy, right? Crazy. This one I got hit with 2 days ago, but the paid for commissions to take me down, whether it was real or not, take me down. Whether it was real or not to take me down. It's fucking crazy, right? So that's getting turned into the proper authorities. It's getting turned into the proper authorities. I don't know what's going to happen. It's crazy, you guys. I got nothing to be careful about, you guys.
So, what do you think there, Telly? Do you think Tommy's telling the truth there, Telly? You want to panel up and talk about that? Or did Telly already bail because he just doesn't have the attention span to sit longer than a few minutes talking shit, and then he's got to run. Right, Telly? Come on, Telly, don't run so quick. He knows when to run, right, when we're about to drop the join link there. Come on, Telly. See, look at this. Where's he at there? Don't run so quick, Telly. That way you can go around. Gomez is a coward, man. He won't let me up because he's got something more important going on. Come on, Telly. Don't run so quick. Hey, there he is. All right. Let me pull that off. Hold on, Telly. I bet your audio is not going to work again, Telly, because you didn't restart. You triggered too quick and you didn't restart your phone. All right, need to go over to the audio. Turn on the cancellation. All right, one more spot over here to make sure I got everything right so I can hear him. I got to be able to hear him. Oh, man. 1 second, Telly. I know you're there. Okay. All right. We're bringing Telly up. He's there. He's coming like a bull out of the gate. 8 second right. Blam. All right, Telly. I guarantee I'm not going to be able to hear you. What are you doing? See, I did this for Telly. I did this for Telly once before, and then he says, he's censoring me. He won't let me talk. Okay, watch. Okay, Telly, watch this, okay? You see the little mute thing? Oh, you see how go there? You see the mute thing right above, right next to the deflective Gomez right? See, I didn't mute him. All right, I bet we can hear Hitman.
What's up, dude?
Holy shit, man. We can hear you, but we couldn't hear Telly. For some reason, he can't figure it out.
Yeah, dude. When I'm called out, I told Teletubby he don't want to fuck with me, man. I tried to be courteous to him, but he wants to talk shit.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what's going on exactly here. Okay, and I gotta figure out how to freaking scroll down.
I totally fucking destroyed fucking Dr. Megale and fucking Jones, Mama. I mean, these guys are getting fucking obliterated by me in the chat.
Yeah.
James D.
Hey, Telly, one second. Telly has, for some reason, this technology incapacity or whatever he's got. He's got a limitation. He can't seem to figure out this app. So we might have to go over to a StreamYard, end this out, go over to StreamYard because he'll cry about it. We censored him. See, Telly, look, I'm not muting you. Watch the little microphone thing. See him not muting. Okay, and he's gonna go cry.
Gomez, it's like the Geico commercial. It's so easy a caveman could do it.
Well, yeah, but apparently not for Telly. So then the last time he did this is then I shut down and I went over to StreamYard and then he didn't show up. See, so it still works. If I shut down, it works because he needed me to shut down, but then he calls me a coward, but then he won't show back up. See what I'm saying? Once I start up a StreamYard for him. Oh, man.
Like I've said to these fucking other trolls time and time again, I call them all out. I back my mouth up, and there's a real reason why they call me the humble hitman. These idiots don't understand shit.
Yeah, they are having a pretty hard time comprehending exactly what's going on there, especially with that nanobot interview that I just played. They're pretty crazy stuff, huh? But that doesn't exist in Telly's world. That is conspiracy theory, even though there's court case record out there and x-rays of this guy being implanted. But that's conspiracy theory to somebody like Telly.
Yeah, I believe in respecting everybody's opinion, but I don't believe in forcing your opinions on people. That's what pisses me off, because you got these fucking idiots wanting to force their opinions on you, and not so you won't have an individual opinion. It's stupid.
Yeah. It's going to be part of the when he says nobody in the pred catchers community likes you. Everyone, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because I
think what I'm going to do. Go ahead, Tetro.
I felt like in the chat I was being called out by this dude. I was trying to be courteous, but you want to talk shit, so I'm right here. I don't back down from no fucking buddy.
Yeah,
Nobody.
like I said, the last time he tried this with this app, he couldn't quite get it. Right. See, go to StreamYard. See, okay. So if I go to StreamYard, Telly, are you gonna run away like you did last time and not show up for a few weeks later while you're spewing your bullshit around? Okay, are you gonna show up? If I shut down right now and start up a StreamYard, and I was planning on doing this anyways, Tetro. So
yeah, that's good, man. I'll get on StreamYard too.
I'll tell you what though. I'll tell you what. Okay, this is what I'm gonna do is bye-bye, Telly. Okay. And I'm going to shut this down, and you and I are going to have a conversation for a minute before we see. Look at that. Hurry up, coward. Dude, we don't go by your time, you fucking redcoat. How about that? You little fucking spineless redcoat. Just because you can't figure out the tech, we're the cowards. Okay, dickless.
Another code word to add to the fucking list. Coward next to owned, cry, fucking DHS, all this other bullshit.
Right. I'll tell you what, you can call me a coward all you want, Telly, but I'm going to call spineless this even worse. You're bad. First and follow him on work the StreamYards, dude. You know what I'm saying? It took him like a year to learn the StreamYards. This guy, dude, Telly, I don't know, man. All right.
Hey, Gomez, he calls us cowards, but he's too slow to move anything around.
Oh, my God. He's not going to comprehend anything. The last time I had him on, it just turned into a comedy show because he doesn't get it, and everybody's a conspiracy theorist. All right, I'm cutting this. We'll come right back.
All right,
Everybody,
man.
thanks for joining. Stay here, Tetra.